advices, and user guide. Hi everybody, and welcome to the digital edition of the FITSWORD Total Body Workout Instructor Training Course, where Luca, Andrea, and Stefania, the creators and founders of FITSWORD and Gravity Force training systems, we are excited to teach you and help you become FITSWORD instructors. This course is based on our experience with in-person classes and was created to meet the demand from around the world. While we can't visit every gym personally, we've made this digital course to help eager instructors get started right away. The digital course, despite not having the element of direct human contact, has many other advantages. You can take the course with maximum flexibility, delve into every theoretical and practical aspect according to your needs and abilities. Review and repeat any part of the course whenever you want, and always have access to the course for any future needs. We have worked hard to create a formula that makes the digital course even more effective than the in-person course. We have also done everything possible to make the course interesting, varied, and engaging. With that said, let's explain how the course is organized and how we suggest you use it. The course consists of 30 video chapters that should be watched and studied in sequence. Each chapter provides theoretical and practical knowledge essential for the following ones. The theoretical part is crucial as it gives you the necessary knowledge to handle the FITSWORD professionally and safely. We suggest that you first watch the video by pressing play on the first page of each chapter. You will be redirected to YouTube where the videos are hosted. Watch it in full quality, and English subtitles are available if needed. After watching the video, return to the PDF and review the corresponding slides to reinforce the important concepts explained in the video. Not everything explained needs to be studied, but the parts marked with a pill icon, called knowledge pills, should definitely be studied and understood. The practical part is very important. It's rich in exercises and training scenarios, ranging from fitness to dexterity and combat. Whenever you see a training part in a video chapter, marked with the blue text, Training on the title, we recommend you truly practice with it, taking the time to try, learn, and master it. We'll show you how long the training will take, and also remind you of the tutorial videos that came with your FITSWORD, in case you want to revisit them for your workouts. You'll also see icons indicating the type of movements we'll do, and whether we're training with one sword or two. If we're using both icons, it's because we're focusing on sword-oriented exercises that require learning step by step, starting with one sword and then moving to two. And if you see icons with two figures, it means these are partner exercises. About 70% of the training can be done on your own, but the remaining 30% will require a training partner. Ideally, someone motivated to learn with you. When we talk about training, we expect you to practice both the techniques and the style aspects. In the discipline we've created, these two aspects are closely linked, and as future instructors, you must set an example for your students. Be demanding with yourselves. Understanding the theory and becoming proficient at the exercises presented in the 30 video chapters is important, but it's not enough. We expect more from you. You should have already trained, or you should train with the video tutorials that are part of the training plan we provided you with the FITSWORD. Mastering those exercises will give you the confidence to teach others. The course is challenging, but it gives you the chance to provide your clients with a training that is a unique blend of fun, intensity, comprehensiveness, and variety. But you can manage your time with this digital format, take as long as you need, whether it's 2 days, 2 weeks, or 2 months. As mentioned in the course announcement, knowledge of major sports training methods is assumed and is not part of this course or the certification exam for instructors. Here, we'll only cover the specific aspects related to FITSWORDs and the FITSWORD Total Body Workout discipline. To get certified, you'll need to pass a multiple-choice test and submit videos showing your skills. You'll receive clear instructions on which videos to submit at the end of the course. Getting the FITSWORD instructor certification on the first attempt is not guaranteed. In that case, we'll provide you with feedback on your weaknesses, and you'll have the opportunity to try again. While we'd like to certify everyone, we cannot allow someone who hasn't reached the minimum required level to teach, risking the proper training of their students. It's your responsibility to take this course and the recommended workouts seriously and with dedication. Here's what we'll cover in our program. First, we'll dive into all the theory and practice behind FITSWORD. You'll understand its principles and values, ensuring you can use it safely and effectively. We'll show you how to integrate FITSWORD into your routines. Whether it's personal training or group classes, you'll be ready to shake things up with this innovative tool. Then, we'll get hands-on with the main exercises. From fitness and sports conditioning to dexterity and combat techniques, you'll master them all. But it's not just about doing the moves. You will develop a critical mindset about the style of your movement first, and then the style of your students. Lastly, you'll learn to create FITSWORD training programs, whether in a dedicated FITSWORD class or integrating FITSWORD as a complementary tool into other training routines. And finally, you can begin. We hope this course meets your expectations and that you'll become ambassadors and leaders of this new discipline in your country. We assure you that we put all our effort and passion into preparing this course at its best. So, enjoy the journey, have fun, and embrace the challenge. Good luck. Introduction. Let's begin with an important consideration. Today, we introduce a groundbreaking training tool unparalleled in the fitness world. It stands alone. No product compares, no competitor rivals its uniqueness. You might initially perceive it as unconventional, but consider this. The training routines that follow are not eccentric. Instead, they tap into something inherently natural. In truth, we refer to something absolutely primal. For thousands of years, a stick, evolving into a club, and finally into a sword, has been our faithful companion. It has symbolized strength, provided safety, and played a pivotal role in our evolution. Defending ourselves and engaging in combat were among the core activities that shaped our survival, woven into our DNA alongside activities like running, climbing, and building. If you are here, it's probably because each of us, in some way, likes to feel a bit like a warrior. The sword has become a powerful image in our collective imagination, even beyond its original purpose, influencing countless films across genres. In confirmation of this concept, let's delve into a short cinematic mix. It showcases how the sword, over time, transformed into an iconic object transcending cultures and continents. A symbol of strength and courage, two crucial elements in sports and training.
We'll soon find out.
Slow!
After watching the video, we hope you take away a couple of important messages. Firstly, You observe different handling styles and techniques, showcasing the immense variety of movement that are possible to do with such a simple tool. Secondly, you have seen the actors training not only to learn the techniques but also to develop a good style. This is an aspect we'll delve into later. But remember, style is very important. If you're an instructor, you are the focal point for your students. You'll be in the spotlight, and others will naturally look to you, mirroring your style. Strive, not just to learn the exercises, but to develop a style that is credible and convincing. However, our purpose here is not to embark on a combat course, but a fitness journey inspired by the combat world. It draws from the energy, vital force, and emotional involvement inherent in those situations. It's a unique approach that aims to infuse your fitness routine with the same vigor that has fueled warriors throughout history. This is not about combat. It's about channeling that warrior spirit into your fitness journey. Join us as we explore this uncharted territory, where the essence of combat meets the vitality of fitness. FITSWORD is a mix of tradition and innovation. To craft the FITSWORDs, we drew inspiration from historical settings, particularly the lives of gladiators who, quite possibly, were the first-generation athletes in history. These formidable figures adhered to sophisticated and varied training regimens, engaging in morning and afternoon sessions, maintaining specific diets. Gladiators achieved peak fitness by employing weighted objects such as swords and shields. These tools, grasped firmly, facilitated a full-body workout involving dynamic movements, pushing, thrusting, twisting, dodging, squatting and lunging, all orchestrated in response to an opponent. The rhythmic swinging of these weighted swords contributed to the sculpting of shoulders, arms, core, and legs. The gladiatorial swords were notably heavy. In certain phases of their training, they utilized a wooden sword called rudis, a safer and lighter alternative to metal swords. This wooden counterpart served for sparring, a vital aspect of honing their combat skills. Another significant part of their preparation involved wielding heavier weapons than those used in actual combat. This deliberate choice aimed at fortifying their bodies, ensuring they were robustly prepared for the rigors of battle. FITSWORD is a harmonious fusion of both training methodologies. Here we've crafted a sword that prioritizes safety, featuring a soft, padded blade and concentrated weight on the handle to minimize kinetic impact. Simultaneously, it carries a deliberate weight, enhancing the challenge and thereby contributing to increased strength and endurance during your workouts. With FITSWORD, we bridge the gap between historical training wisdom and contemporary safety standards, providing you with a unique tool that not only pays homage to the legacy of gladiators, but also elevates your fitness experience by blending safety with effectiveness. We are not going to make comments on those 2 slides, but we invite the curious to read them. Just remember that although seeming remote, the sword held a pivotal role until recently, as everything was settled by the sword, either conquering or being conquered. It's a long path who started 70,000 years ago, marked by the inception of the first weapons, evolving into swords just a few thousand years ago in every corner of the globe. As a FITSWORD instructor, you must be able to explain what are the FITSWORDs. First off, the term FITSWORD is a combination of fit and sword, meaning swords for fitness. They are the first and only swords designed specifically for fitness. FITSWORD is a protected international trade name with its unique graphics and logos. This is a brand new term, and we'll use it everywhere, no matter the language. FITSWORD is a revolutionary training tool that is incomparable to anything else in the fitness industry. There are no direct competitors. Unlike any other product available, it introduces a new category of fitness tools that is unmatched in quality and innovation. Its versatility extends beyond fitness, as it can also be used for martial arts and combat. They allow us to engage in real conditioning under the guise of combat. It's about combining the thrill of combat with effective fitness training. FITSWORD concept. What distinguishes FITSWORD from other sports or work instruments? Typically, traditional tools like swords, baseball bats, or hammers concentrate most of their weight along their length or at the top end to enhance momentum and kinetic energy with a small swing, ensuring a powerful impact on the target. While this design enhances strike effectiveness, it also introduces notable risks. But we've altered the typical physics of an offensive tool. FITSWORD, revolutionizes this weight distribution with a strategic shift of the weight on the handle. And to improve safety in case of strikes, the blade is made of an innovative patented rubber called Extra Light that has shock absorption properties and is very light. To truly understand the impact of this weight shift, simply grab your FITSWORD by the blade, treating it like a club. You'll feel how the center of gravity, now farther from your hand, enhances the power of your strikes, introducing more force, and increases the stress on your wrist. When you hold it again by the handle, you'll notice how much gentler the FITSWORD is on your wrist. It feels more balanced, safer, and easier to handle. So the FITSWORD is perfect for sparring or solo training, as you have lesser torque and stress on the wrists, because of the reduced striking energy. That is due to the position of the center of gravity and to the reduced mass of the blade. Concept and FITSWORD models. This slide is very important as it visually summarizes the key distinctive features of the FITSWORD. We've redefined a traditionally offensive tool, the sword, into the FITSWORD, prioritizing three key elements: safety, training value, and combat feeling. Departing from conventional physics, we've concentrated most of the weight in the handle, requiring physical effort for movement, instilling fitness and training value into each action. The top end's limited energy transmission ensures the tool is as inoffensive as possible, adhering to safety guidelines. The perfect balance of design, material selection, and mass distribution allows you to feel the impact while minimizing the risk of injury to yourself or your training partners. So let's break down how each element is addressed. Safety is granted by a padded blade, crafted with an internal reinforced aluminum frame and Extra Light, a soft but sturdy light material that absorbs shocks and vibrations, ensuring safety during any body contact. A modular handle, as you can adjust the handle's weight progressively to align with your training needs. The training value is given by the weight concentrated in the handle, requiring physical effort for movement and infusing fitness into each action. The combat feeling is given by the FITSWORD inertia, that even if reduced compared to a sword with similar weight, you feel the shots anyway. You experience a nice combat sensation as you enjoy smooth shock-absorbed shots by the padded blades, and not unpleasant vibrations typical of boffers or other mock weapons. The combat feeling is also granted by the optimal length of the FITSWORD that is around 70 centimeters. If you wonder why we choose this length, we crafted the FITSWORD with simplicity and effectiveness in mind, resembling the gladius, the short sword used by gladiators. And there are many reasons to explain why the gladius was so effective. The gladius was a one-handed sword, giving you the power to wield it with a single hand. This not only allowed for great agility but also provided enhanced slashing and stabbing capabilities. Perfect for close combat. Imagine a one-on-one duel or the chaos of a battlefield with limited space. The gladius shines in these scenarios. Its shorter length makes it highly effective in close-quarters combat, where longer weapons would be cumbersome. If you ever wanted to train or engage in combat with two swords simultaneously, the gladius is the key. Its shorter design allows for efficient dual wielding, a unique skill only achievable with a short sword. In essence, the FITSWORD draws inspiration from this historically proven gladius design, offering not just a piece of history but a tool that excels in agility, power, and adaptability. FITSWORD is more than just a training tool. It is a multi-purpose, safe, versatile training tool for fitness, sport conditioning, combat sports, and martial arts, allowing to perform hundreds of exercises and variations applying many different sword styles. It allows to train with fitness-oriented exercises, made of simple moves, easy to learn, and that you probably already master. But it allows to train with sword-oriented exercises. And if you think that swords, with their diverse techniques, have woven into every corner of the globe, you can just imagine how many exercises are possible to do. Each technique engages different muscle groups and motor patterns, showcasing the immense variety of fighting techniques developed over the centuries. Consequently, this translates into an abundance of training possibilities, offering a rich tapestry of exercises and techniques to explore. FITSWORD models. We have created two families of FITSWORDs, the fixed weight models and the models with variable weight. Despite their weight differences, both share the same high-quality inner structure, ensuring that you have a top-notch product either way. The handling and combat feel remain consistent across both variations. Let's begin with the black and white FITSWORDs, featuring fixed weight. They are simple, sturdy, and budget-friendly, making them the optimal choice for training large groups, ensuring simplicity. For those with a smaller body structure, the white FITSWORD is recommended. This model is heavier than the sword used by gladiators. If you have an average body structure, the black FITSWORD is ideal, weighing approximately twice as much as the swords used by ancient gladiators. These models cover a weight range suitable for the training needs of 80% of individuals. The FITSWORD with adjustable weight is instead the ideal selection for fitness boutiques, small group training, and situations where having the right weight for each individual is crucial. Now, let's go through the proper assembly process for the modular FITSWORD. The FITSWORD modular is easy to set up. Each kit includes two types of weights, two metal plates of 0.7 and 0.9 kilograms each, two black plates of 0.1 and 0.2 kilograms each. The metal and black plates come in two different widths. You can combine the weight plates in 4 different ways to select the desired training weight, and that's why we say that you have the value of 4 swords for the price of 1. Start by inserting the wider plate close to the crossguard, following the ergonomic design with rounded edge near the handle. Insert the handle. Add 1 small plate with the rounded edge near the handle. Place the rubber gasket on top of the smaller plate. Finally, screw the black cap clockwise until tight. Before screwing the black cap, ensure the thread is correctly positioned and can move freely. Hold the blade with your left hand and exert strong force while tightening with your right hand. This should be enough for general and fitness purposes. For additional tightness, especially in combat training, hold the blade with your left hand and screw the cap and small plate together as a whole with your right hand. And now let's follow some easy steps to assemble your FITSWORD Modular Pro. This FITSWORD comes with 2 types of weight plates. 4 metal plates made of stainless steel, weighing 0.5 and 1 kilogram each. 4 black plates made of Delrin, weighing 0.1 and 0.2 kilograms each. Both metal and black plates have 2 different widths. You can combine the weight plates in 7 different ways to select the desired training weight. That's why we say that you have the value of 7 swords for the price of 1. First, insert 2 wider plates close to the crossguard. Mix metal and black plates based on your level and training goal. Now, add the second plate with the rounded edge, facing the handle. Insert the handle, and then insert 2 smaller plates according to the ergonomic design suggested. 1 plate with the rounded edge, facing the handle. Then add the other plate with straight edges. You have to assemble the FITSWORD as shown, and not randomly. Place the rubber gasket on top of the smaller plates. Finally, screw the black cap clockwise till the end. Before screwing the black cap, ensure the thread is correctly positioned and can move freely. This helps prevent damage to the cap's thread. Hold the blade with your left hand and exert strong force while tightening. This is usually enough for general fitness purposes. For extra tightening, especially in combat training, hold the blade with your left hand while screwing the cap and all the smaller plates together with your right hand. FITSWORD Total Body Workout, a new fitness discipline. We've talked about FITSWORD as a training tool. Now, let's get into the definition of FITSWORD Total Body Workout. This is a new fitness discipline, a way of exercising that comes from using the FITSWORDs correctly. Understanding this is crucial, not only for your benefit but also if you need to explain it to someone else. As a FITSWORD instructor, it would be a shame if you couldn't explain what are the FITSWORDs and what is the FITSWORD Total Body Workout. So, what exactly is FITSWORD Total Body Workout? For the first time in the world, we have the perfect tool and training to infuse the essence of combat, specifically the art of fighting with swords and sticks, into the fitness industry. And we've made it all about fun, engagement, challenge, and safety. Now someone might think it's just about working your arms, but no, it's a total body workout. It's built to intensely and completely work out your whole body. Not just cardio, but also muscles, coordination, balance. There are hundreds of different exercises using many techniques. It's like nothing else out there. You can also define it as a fitness group experience, inspired by the combat world. Every move is a repetition, and time just flies by, because it's fun and engaging. You'll learn new ways to move that actually mean something and could be super useful. It's a chance to boost your combat skills at full speed, but safely. Get ready to build strength, endurance, and more. These are the official logos that distinguish the FITSWORD tool and the FITSWORD discipline. As licensed FITSWORD instructors, you have the privilege to feature these logos on your webpage, in advertising, brochures, and flyers. In designing the logo, we drew inspiration from the pirate's flag, incorporating a Spartan helmet to symbolize the combat world that motivates us. 2 crossed FITSWORDs were added to signify the symmetry inherent in our training methodology, reflecting the dual handling characteristic unique to our training concept. Additionally, we accentuated the weights to underscore the modularity and progressive nature of our sport. Correct handling, FITSWORD blade, and cut directions. Before delving into practice and putting the FITSWORDs to the test, let's familiarize with some basic terminology, essential for accurately naming components and giving precise instructions to our students. Despite its simplified design compared to a traditional sword, the FITSWORD has the same key elements. The handle, known as the hilt, that is where you hold the sword. The pommel, located at the end of the hilt, that helps balance the sword. It counterbalances the weight of the blade, contributing to the overall feel and control of the sword. The crossguard, positioned between the blade and the handle. The crossguard on the FITSWORD conceals the top weights. It serves a protective role, ensuring safety even though the FITSWORD's rubber blade is soft enough to prevent harm in case of an accidental strike. The blade, that on the FITSWORD is the elongated part made of aluminum and covered with shock-absorbing rubber. At the top of the blade, we have the point, that on the FITSWORD is flat and rounded for maximum safety. It's important to note that despite this blunt shape, thrusting forcefully can still pose a threat. Now, let's explore the proper way to grip the FITSWORD. If you're right-handed, begin by holding the FITSWORD with your right hand, and vice versa if you're left-handed. Initially, it's advisable to hold only one FITSWORD, even though the temptation to wield 2 at the same time may be strong. Depending on the size of your hand, there may be some space between your hand and the crossguard and the pommel. For better balance and control, position your hand closer to the crossguard, on top, rather than the pommel on the bottom. But be sure to avoid any friction between your hand and the crossguard. Maintain a distance of approximately 1 centimeter. Avoid holding the FITSWORD too close to the pommel, as this would increase the leverage and enhance the kinetic energy of your blows. After proper training, when you've built strength and confidence, you can explore more wrist movements. Initially, the FITSWORD may feel challenging to handle, but this difficulty is crucial for developing the foundational strength of your hand, wrist, and forearm. As you become more familiar with handling the FITSWORD, you can gradually introduce smoother wrist movements. Your wrist will guide you on what movements are feasible. Pay attention to excessive stretching and twisting of the wrist, especially during complex flowering exercises. These movements demand a strong wrist accustomed to the weight and inertia of the FITSWORD, so take it easy to prevent overstrain. Correct handling. Hold the FITSWORD firmly and aim to keep your wrist straight. Test this by gripping the FITSWORD tightly and notice how your wrist naturally aligns. Your goal is to form a straight line from forearm to wrist to hand, perpendicular to the FITSWORD handle, known as the hammer-style grip. Especially in the beginning, maintaining a straight wrist is crucial. Play around with your grip. Hold the FITSWORD as you would in a firm handshake. When crossing swords with a partner, hold it a bit firmer, but not too tight. Learn to relax your grip until just before the expected impact, and then ease the grip again. Here are some easy tips to avoid injuries and lessen strain on your forearms. Hold the FITSWORD with your middle and ring fingers, while your thumb supports them. Your index and small fingers should only provide support. This grip minimizes tension on the radial extensors and flexors, shifting the strain to the stronger middle extensors and flexors. It's the same grip used in sports like tennis, baseball, or golf. Start learning and using this technique from the beginning to build muscle memory. It's much easier than trying to relearn when issues arise later on. Blade of the FITSWORD and cut direction. The FITSWORD blade has no sharp edges, and it's straight, not curved like a saber. So which is the right cut direction? You should consider that the cut direction is guided by your knuckles. The blade's orientation follows an imaginary line determined by the direction of your knuckles. So when you practice, keep always in mind that you gotta wield the FITSWORD as a real sword. The benefits of striking and engaging with the right cut direction are that you learn the proper movements and you enhance your power through the biomechanics of wrist, arm, and shoulder. Training scenarios. You can unlock the full potential of FITSWORD across 4 dynamic training scenarios. But first, let's focus on few key points. Main concept to retain is that every movement is a repetition. As you hold the FITSWORD in your hands, every lift, every step, every rotation is an exercise, engaging your muscles and challenging your cardiovascular system. The first 3 scenarios offer predetermined exercises and movements. You can therefore reach a high level of intensity and total safety. In free combat, you experience more freedom and unpredictability, and the risk is higher. You are supposed to wear protections. It's up to you, the instructor, to make sure that everything is always under your control. Now let's check the different scenarios. Fitness and conditioning. Here the exercises are simple and fitness-oriented. The fitness-oriented exercises begin with easy moves that progressively become more demanding from a physical point of view. Even if apparently not bound to the sword world, they can be very useful to build the necessary strength and resistance that will be essential once you'll train the sword-oriented exercises. You can exercise in groups, featuring simple movements involving lifting, holding, and swinging, much like you would with dumbbells and clubbells. You have the flexibility to construct sequences harmonized with music. Here instead, we start with sword-oriented exercises. We have dexterity and freestyle training to develop sword handling skills. You begin with basic moves that progressively become more and more complex, inspired by the many sword styles techniques. We improve coordination in an entertaining and challenging way. Develop concentration with an intense neuromuscular activity, as you can train with 2 arms together making complex and independent movements, with footwork and other functional exercises. Freestyle offers a discipline of its own with numerous training routines. Then we have combat techniques, or controlled combat. Play slow and soft, with a safe distance, turning each move into a repetition and every duel into a set. You learn and apply movements and techniques safely with a partner, focusing on quality of the movement. Tasks include learning sequences, reaching strength and endurance levels, and boosting confidence. Even with controlled movements, you will experience the strain of gladiator fights. The last scenario is free combat. Contenders decide the level of engagement, practicing with controlled shots, and as they get better, they can experiment with more freedom. Here you enter the world of combat sports. The confrontation becomes more challenging and purposeful, with real applications. Protections are strongly recommended, especially for head and body. Experience the strain of gladiator fights, pushing adrenaline and stamina levels. You can integrate the FITSWORD into existing combat disciplines. Safety guidelines. Let's now delve into a crucial aspect: safety. We aren't emphasizing safety because FITSWORDs are unsafe, but because, let's face it, absolute zero risk doesn't exist in any sphere of life, whether it's sports, fitness, or our everyday activities. As a new addition to the fitness scene, our concern is ensuring that no unnecessary risks are taken due to lack of knowledge or underestimation. Our aim is simple. We want FITSWORD to be enjoyable, not risky. Drawing inspiration from gladiators, we're adopting their character and the conditioning aspect, not the danger. So knowledge on the safety guidelines is very important, and not just for you, the instructor, but for everyone around you. No improvisation. FITSWORD use should not be improvised. Neither should you nor others attempt it without the right knowledge and physical preparation. Non-aggressive use. FITSWORDs are not designed for violent or aggressive use. Never deploy them in this manner and ensure they are never used against a person, animal, or to break objects. Safety is our priority. This might seem obvious, but never use the FITSWORD like this. This is okay. This is not, even if we just did it, to experience the distinct center of gravity between a regular club and the FITSWORD. This is okay. This is not. When training with a partner, you bind the blades. Never other parts of the FITSWORD. Always ensure that the handle and pommel of the FITSWORD do not come into contact with those around you or your training partners during combat practice. Both the handle and pommel are hard and heavy as a dumbbell, posing a serious risk. Here we have some other guidelines for safety. Maintain control over your students' enthusiasm, especially in the early stages. Playing with the FITSWORDs is tempting and enjoyable, but treat them with respect, like you would a real weapon, even though they're just for training. Initial enthusiasm might lead to using FITSWORD with excessive energy. Encourage a measured approach, especially for those who tend to be too impetuous. Misuse can result in harm to yourself and others. Always be vigilant. Accidents often happen when you lower your attention. So, whether you're in a game, working out, or doing anything really, keep that guard up and stay focused. When engaging in your first sparring session with a partner, be cautious of the potential rebound effect. It's crucial to commence with moderate speed and intensity for two main reasons. Firstly, you're not yet acquainted with how the FITSWORD responds when struck by another FITSWORD. Secondly, if the FITSWORD isn't held securely enough, there's a chance it might momentarily slip out of control and bounce back towards you. In this diagram, you can see how there are several variables that influence the riskiness of the activity. Moving from fitness and dexterity to combat techniques to free combat, it is evident how the risk transitions from very low to progressively higher. In fitness and dexterity, as you exercise alone with a safety distance from other people in the room, it's practically difficult to get hurt or cause harm. In combat techniques, you have nearby partners, but there is a safety distance, predetermined techniques, and slow, controlled movements, keeping the risk still low. However, in free combat, safety distances are absent, movements can be unpredictable, and speed is expected. So this activity is risky. Discussing risk, we can analyze how some variables make the activity more dangerous. Transitioning from fitness to combat techniques and free combat. Variables such as the speed of movements play a significant role. The faster the movements, the harder they are to control and more unpredictable they become. The force behind the movements is also crucial. With controlled force, the risk is reduced. The amplitude of movements is equally important. In fitness and controlled combat techniques, movements are wide and predictable, while in free combat, they are less extensive and unpredictable. Moreover, the safety distance between opponents is vital, especially in controlled combat techniques, where there is a safety distance, preventing physical contact despite crossing swords. In free combat, this safety distance disappears, leading to a higher risk. Here's the takeaway. Keeping FITSWORD at a controlled speed is the most important safety rule. How hard you hit with FITSWORD, which is the strength of the strike, mostly relies on how fast you swing it. Imagine FITSWORD is like a speeding car. The faster it goes, the more impact it can have. For instance, if you make FITSWORD go twice as fast, it delivers 4 times the strike to your target. Now, you should understand how important it is to keep the enthusiasm and speed of the movements under control. You can strike with different levels of strength, from gentle taps to very strong hits. So, the key is to be in charge of how fast you swing it. If you control the speed, everything will be safe and sound. For safety, another point to keep in mind is the amplitude of movements, because the wider the movements, the more predictable they are. Therefore, it will be easy to react. So, Reduced speed with reduced force and predictable movements ensure that we find ourselves in a situation of maximum safety, compatible with activities in which two people exchange blows with a sword. Important is also the safety distance. It refers to the physical space between you and your sparring partner. Here's a practical tip to determine the safety distance. Hold your sword straight in front of you, allowing only the top end of your FITSWORD to touch the top end of your opponent's sword. This distance allows you to practice basic movements safely. Even if there's a mistake, your attack remains clear of your partner's body. Neither you nor your partner can land a strike on each other. A shorter distance instead puts both of you at risk of accidental hits. So, in consideration of what we said, and especially at the beginning, you have to make your students work with slow speed movements, with good amplitude, primarily for safety reasons, because you move with more control and you give time to your opponent to predict and prepare for the actions. This measured pace also contributes significantly to physical conditioning. Slow-motion movements engage a greater number of muscle fibers compared to rapid movements with restricted range. Moreover, deliberate slow-motion exercises are instrumental to improve muscle memory, in order to learn the correct movement from the start. If you pay attention to the way you practice a movement and you keep repeating it with the proper form, the movement becomes part of you. You don't have to think about it, and you do it well. Over time, you can increase your speed, but remember this. Your way of moving and perform is only efficient when you move as fast as you can, maintaining the correct form. If your form is compromised, you have to slow down. Always prioritize safety by maintaining the safety distance to prevent accidents. Ensure clear communication with and among your students. When practicing together, articulate the moves, roles, and level of engagement to create awareness and understanding. This way, everyone is well informed about the exercise to do. Here another training tip. Practice stop blows on solo training. Before practicing attack and defense with a partner, start by solo training to get the moves down. Gain control of the FITSWORD so that it moves and stops exactly where you want. The purpose of this practice is to gain more and more control. That translates directly into more self-confidence, awareness, and safety when training with a partner. We've shared many safety rules and things to keep in mind, but starting a new class or introducing a new student means we can't spend an hour explaining everything. Instead, here are some quick instructions that won't take more than a minute to get your class started. Slow movements. Tell your students to begin with slow and controlled movements. Avoid excessive energy or violence. This approach helps you gain mastery over the tool and engages your muscles correctly. Safety distance. Tell your students to maintain a safe distance to practice techniques without any risks, and you show fastly how you take and keep distance from the partners, extending your arms with the FITSWORD in front of you. Proper grip. Tell your students to hold the FITSWORD 1 centimeter below the guard to prevent knuckle rubbing. Grip them firmly, like a tennis racket or a bike handlebar, using the middle and ring fingers for strength. The little and index fingers provide light support when crossing swords with a partner. Now, let's get started. Style and precision of movements. Training with 1 or 2 FITSWORD. Symmetric training. Let's discuss something crucial. Your style. The way you move. As instructors in this discipline, you're like ambassadors. It's vital to be ambassadors who move well, as the charm of this discipline is found also in the aesthetics of movements. Think about the actors in those film clips we watched earlier. They undergo demanding training to make fights convincing, highlighting the importance of style. We expect you to develop a good style. Let's break down this concept. When training with the FITSWORD, aim not only to learn drills and combat skills, but also to enhance the beauty of your movements as a form of self-expression. Initially, your style and execution may be poor, which is normal when learning something new. With practice, you can refine your execution and eventually build your unique style, your distinctive way of doing things. The beauty of movement often lies in simple things. The ability to move joints through their complete range, firing muscles in sequences that embody balance, power, elegance, smoothness, control, flow, rhythm, and symmetry. Over time, you'll discover your unique way of moving. To aid this process, train in front of a mirror. Record yourself on camera. Visual feedback from a mirror or camera is valuable to achieve symmetry, especially when training with both dominant and non-dominant arms. You'll notice the difference between your perception, based on your senses, and the reality of how you move, based on observing your body in space. This requires effort. Be critical of yourself, act as your judge, and strive for a good style. When we'll review the videos you submit for the instructor test, we'll check not only that you can do the moves, but also if you've worked on refining your style. This learning process takes time, but significantly enhances your body awareness. As instructor, you'll be in the spotlight, and others will naturally look to you, mirroring your style. Strive to be the best version of yourself through your actions and movements. While everyone's style is unique, our guiding principle is to embrace a muscular, controlled, and martial style, opposed to a soft and shapeless style. This is perfectly coherent with the combat inspiration behind our training. In essence, style isn't just about looks and appearance, but is an expression of substance and technique. Don't compromise form for speed. Only escalate your speed once you've mastered the correct form through deliberate, slow practice. Choose the right weight when training with the FITSWORD. It's crucial to train with the appropriate FITSWORD. In the beginning, this involves testing basic movements with different weights, doing repetitions in various conditions, starting with the lighter FITSWORD. Testing is necessary because each movement and strike involve different angles, activating various muscle combinations and parts of your body. Try isometric exercises, like holding the FITSWORD horizontally with an extended arm or to the side. If you struggle to hold it with good posture, reduce the weight. If it's too easy, try again with a heavier FITSWORD. Training with the right weight enables you to execute exercises with good posture and form, experience a healthy fatigue, avoid the risk of injury, stay within your limits, don't be influenced by others. Train with a FITSWORD weight you can handle until you develop the necessary muscles and body mechanics for a heavier weight. This approach applies to each FITSWORD model: modular, modular pro, white, black. Learning strategy. Here it is our thought about how to learn quick and easy. All FITSWORD training is centered around dual wielding, meaning the use of two FITSWORD at the same time. However, recognizing it's not easy, we suggest the following approach. For simple movements or pure fitness exercises, you can use two FITSWORD right from the start. But for complex movements, dexterity moves, and combat exercises, especially in the early stages, it's recommended to use one FITSWORD at a time, alternating the practice from one arm to the other. Alternating the FITSWORD from one arm to the other offers benefits. Achieve control and coordination for both arms. Rest one arm while exercising the other, maintaining the desired cardio level with little to no rest. In general, handling two FITSWORD increases complexity, intensity, and satisfaction. However, it's crucial to note that using two FITSWORD is advised only when you can execute the correct technique with precise and controlled movements. Otherwise, it's better to stick with alternating handling. Remember, all the video tutorials we've created are arranged in a sequence of increasing difficulty. Use them as a guide to instruct the gradual progression of the training. When we show exercises with one FITSWORD, do as shown. When we exercises with two FITSWORD, do the same. Symmetric training. Symmetric training is very important for us. Training in a perfectly symmetrical way holds significance both in terms of training quality and the combat inspiration we draw from. In the combat world, the meaning is clear. The ultimate goal is to be able to fight at the same level with both arms. We've designed the training to be symmetric throughout the learning process, even from the beginning. Initially, alternate the use of each arm in your training sessions to learn and master sword techniques with both your natural dominant arm and the non-dominant arm. Alternating arms during training allows one arm to rest while the other works, maintaining a continuous flow between exercises, adding cardio value. Training with one arm at a time is crucial in the early stages when control of the FITSWORD is limited with both arms. Focus on learning and mastering one arm at a time to achieve consistent control and coordination. Once you've mastered alternating use with both arms, you can make the training more challenging and interesting, especially regarding coordination and mind-body control, by wielding two FITSWORDs simultaneously. Your ultimate goal is to become almost ambidextrous in wielding the FITSWORD. A little training tip for you. As certain moves may feel natural with the dominant arm but challenging with the other, you can accelerate your learning alternating arms with each repetition. You'll notice quick adjustments and improvements with each rep, enhancing the execution of the non-dominant arm until it matches that of the dominant arm, or comes very close. To quickly put into practice some of the discussed points, we want you to try an exercise where, while maintaining a safe distance, you test speed control, range of motion, precision and style of movements, and obviously the correct handling of the FITSWORD. This is also an initial approach to the combat feeling, thanks to the interaction with a partner. Remember, the goal is not to strike with force, but to hit in a controlled manner. We want to feel the impact of muscle effort caused by slow and wide movements, making them predictable and easily interceptable. This is a very simple exercise that we call up and down. We start with 2 strikes upward and 2 strikes downward. Begin by striking upward with the right arm, then the left, and follow with strikes downward. The movements are controlled. While performing the exercise, pay attention to the effect of the strikes. They should be pleasant, not forceful enough to numb the hands and wrists, but rather create a pleasant combat feeling. Adjust the intensity based on your training partner. With someone strong or equally matched, you can play with more intensity. If your partner is weaker or more delicate, be mindful of controlling the strikes. The purpose of the exercise is not to strike forcefully, but rather with control, using broad and slow movements. And for those who wish, a small squat can be added when going down. If you want, when you strike upward, raise the arms for an added challenge. As this exercise aims to simulate the sensation of sword impacts, gradually increase the speed in a controlled manner, always maintaining a safe distance. After this practice, instead of starting with the right arm, begin with the left to discover a different motor pattern. So, start with the left arm up, followed by the right, then a downward strike with the left, and again a downward strike with the right. Repeat. It's the same exercise, but the motor pattern changes. Similar to the previous exercise, but this time there's a slightly more complex sequence. Start with the right arm to strike high, then hit low on the opposite side with the left arm. Now, the exercise pattern begins, consisting of a high strike with the right, then a high strike with the left, followed by a low strike with the right, and the sequence repeats. High strike with the left arm, then with the right, and low with the left. High with the right, high with the left, and low with the right, and so on. The goal is to test the various concepts explained so far: movement control, slow and broad movements, predictability, symmetry of movements, respect of the safe distance, and respect for your exercise partner. Furthermore, You may have noticed that you didn't just exert muscle effort, but you also challenged your concentration. You had to develop motor patterns involving both arms with a certain cadence, maybe doing squats while striking downwards, all while coordinating with your training partner. Main application fields. Here's a brief detour on how the versatility of FITSWORD training can find application across various fields, ranging from fitness to creating enjoyable classes, enhancing the training of combat sports, as it could be a great tool to diversify the training of boxers, MMA athletes, wrestlers, and integrating with martial arts that already incorporate weapons training. Can be introduced into the training regimen for law enforcement, as they frequently train with clubs and sticks, as well as for the military. Additionally, it holds potential for stuntmen and actors seeking fitness for certain roles. The numerous opportunities this discipline presents are in your hands to explore and seize. Essentially, there are two distinct approaches to introducing FITSWORD in your work. A simpler approach, easy suitable, where FITSWORD serves as an additional and complementary tool. For example, in a functional class where you already use weights, club bells, kettlebells, suspension training, bodyweight exercises, training circuits, boot camp, or as we said before, you teach box and you introduce FITSWORD as a new training tool, in between the many you already use. And we have a more challenging, structured, and innovative approach where FITSWORD takes the spotlight in the lesson, where you teach FITSWORD total body workout, introducing a course with no equivalents, meeting new needs. By the end of this course, you'll have the tools, if desired, to implement both approaches. Our focus anyway is about giving you all the theoretical and practical knowledge to be able to teach a class whose focus are the FITSWORDs. Lesson structure. Structure of a FITSWORD total body workout class. Here, we present a flexible scheme that serves as an adaptable reference, to be tailored to the evolving interests of the class. From lesson to lesson, the focus, proportions, or order between parts can vary. Sections are interchangeable. So let's start with a series of warm-up exercises. The warm-up can be done with or without the FITSWORDs, or you can do both. You have maximum freedom. Then we move to fitness and functional exercises using the FITSWORD. We can increase the intensity of the training to make it more challenging. Next, we can dedicate a portion of the training hour to practice controlled combat techniques, working in pairs. This section may include elements of play and interactivity. After this part, you get ready for some dexterity and freestyle exercises to enhance handling skills of your students. You close the lesson with a nice cool down, and you are done. So as you can see, our approach is not rigid. It's a flexible scheme that allows for adaptation, easy to fill with different kind of activities. Customize the lesson is very easy, primarily by adjusting the time dedicated to each section. For example, if we want to make a very physically demanding lesson, we'll allocate more time, perhaps, to the fitness part. And inside of this section, you can dedicate more or less time to high-intensity exercises. More time you spend there, the less time you have for the other sections. But it all depends on your public. If we want a more technical lesson, we can allocate a bit less time to the fitness part and, instead, spend more time on the combat section and on the dexterity part. To distinguish between warm-up, medium-intensity fitness exercises, and high-intensity fitness exercises, we'll use the perceived intensity scale based on breathing categories. During warm-up, breathing is easy. You are able to hold a conversation. On exercises at medium intensity, your breathing is heavy, and talking takes some effort. Try doing different exercises to work various muscles and avoid putting too much pressure on just one group. Keep your workout sequences short, with some breaks to keep the intensity at the right level. On high-intensity exercise, your breathing is really hard, and talking is super tough. You can do challenging moves with little or no rest between sets. It needs more stamina. You can use sequences to keep the intensity high, take shorter breaks, and include more up and down movements. Finishing the whole sequence is tough. One final aspect to consider regarding the structure of a FITSWORD class is its comprehensiveness. Fitness is a broad term encompassing various aspects of physical well-being and can be dissected into several key components: endurance, strength, flexibility, coordination, agility, balance, and speed. Notably, in a FITSWORD class, almost all these elements are incorporated. The fitness section covers endurance, strength, and coordination. During the combat segment, there's an enhancement of coordination, agility, reflexes, endurance, and strength. Additionally, the dexterity part is entirely dedicated to improving coordination, endurance, and developing new motor patterns. This approach ensures a well-rounded and complete fitness experience. Let's finish this chapter talking about the warm-up. You can think of your muscles as an armor that protect your body from injuries. The more muscle you have, the more armor you have protecting you. But an armor to be effective must be also flexible to be combat-ready. In order to decrease the chance of injuries, practice always a proper warm-up and some stretching. We leave you free about how to arrange the warm-up. You can do it with or without the FITSWORD. You can even make a light run to warm up. Anyway, here it is an example of warm-up using the FITSWORD, with a series of light exercises to prepare your body for training by warming up your joints and muscles: the shoulders, the arms, legs, back, and neck. When using the FITSWORD, dynamic moves engage your shoulders and wrists. But they are also the more complex and movable areas of the body, as well as the most fragile. That's why it's very important to make a proper warm-up with swinging movements. To warm up properly, don't just swing following the FITSWORD inertia, but control the movement with the shoulders muscles. You can slow down the swing. You can hold and control when you reach the end of the swing. Feel the shoulders getting warm. Burning cause of the workout. When swinging the FITSWORD, muscles, tendons, and ligaments stretch, improving joint flexibility and range of motion. This helps enhance overall strength and reduces the risk of injuries by boosting stability, mobility, and strength in the entire shoulder area. The shoulder has a wide range of motion, allowing for various arm movements. Unlike traditional gym exercises that only work the shoulder through limited degrees of motion, the FITSWORD enables training across nearly the entire range. This unique approach, even with limited weight, produces highly beneficial effects not achievable with conventional training methods. As a result, mobility and flexibility improve through strengthened movement in multiple dimensions. This process breaks up adhesions, reduces osteoporosis, and smooths bony profiles, lowering the risk of osteoarthritis. FITSWORD, alongside club bells, is one of the best training systems for enhancing overall stability, mobility, and strength in the shoulder joint.
3, 2, 1, go.
For swing and rotation exercises, ensure your entire body moves together, as seen in sports like tennis, baseball, or golf. Golfers often advise to turn more, swing less, emphasizing the importance of swinging the arms with trunk rotation, not just shoulder muscles. Similarly, the trunk should move in harmony with the hips and pelvis to prevent strain on the lower back. Move as a unified whole, not as independent parts.
3, 2, 1, go.
Another crucial aspect of FITSWORD training involves the wrists. Strong wrists are invaluable for everyday tasks and sports activities. With FITSWORD, you'll enhance grip strength and forearm endurance. The force applied to your hands, wrists, and forearms depends on your movement speed and the weight of the FITSWORD you're using. Historically, gladiators trained extensively with the specific weapons they'd use in combat, resulting in remarkable wrist, arm, and overall body strength. This training process will feel natural and progressive. A proper follow-through action during swings is crucial for minimizing wrist strain. Similar to baseball swings, improper follow-through can torque the wrists unnaturally, leading to discomfort or injury. To prevent this with the FITSWORD, practice swings from all angles, while focusing on proper follow-through to minimize wrist strain.
3, 2, 1, go. Three, 2, 1, go. Three, 2, 1, go. Three, 2, 1.
Strong grip and forearm muscles reduce stress on the wrist, elbow, and shoulder, reducing the risk of injury, as sometimes seen in tennis players. Strengthening the forearm also supports the muscles and ligaments around the elbow, preventing potential elbow injuries caused by swinging and throwing actions. The ones shown are just a few of the exercises possible during the warm-up phase. Many more can be created, and countless inspirations can be found in the training video tutorials.
3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, 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 go.
Total body workout. Let's delve back into the name of the discipline. Why did we choose the term total body workout for our training? Because few things are as intense and overall demanding as a real ancient combat situation. And from a physical perspective, we simulate this situation quite well. We are in a situation of training at the highest functional level where the entire body is truly involved. It's the opposite of muscle isolation. Every movement engages the entire kinetic chain of our being, and we can tailor it as we want, whether more fitness-oriented or more combat-oriented. To develop the fitness segment of a lesson, we anticipate you now that there are 3 possible approaches, with different level of complexity, that you can apply depending on the way you want to teach and on the kind of class that you have in front of you. Diverse exercises approach. Limited exercises, sequences, focus. Mini-circuit simplified approach. With the diverse exercises approach, as instructors, you have the flexibility to choose exercises for your students, drawing from a wide range that targets arms, shoulders, core, and legs. These exercises can be loosely related or unified by your specific approach to muscle training in a session. Alternatively, we have considered an option that may suit those accustomed to working building sequences, with a limited number of exercises per session, but going deep on repetitions and series. We call this approach as limited exercises, sequences focus. It requires the knowledge of less exercises but the capacity to create and build sequences. This is the idea behind this approach. Look at the icons. One represents bodyweight movements, encompassing all exercises possible in fitness without training gear, that we call BBM, or free body basic movements. The other icon signifies FITSWORD basic movements, or FBM, that relates to all exercises that are possible to do with the FITSWORD. The combination of these icons results in what we call FITSWORD total body workout, blending general bodyweight movements with FITSWORD specific ones. The purpose of this workout is simplified in the additional diagram, categorizing bodyweight movements into lower body and core, and FITSWORD movements contributing primarily to the upper body. Analyzing bodyweight movements, lower body includes squats, lunges, jumps, marches, runs, kicks, and knee lifts. For core, we have identified movements like torso twists, abdominal, planks, etc. For FITSWORD-specific movements, we can draw from various realms, incorporating fitness-like exercises with dumbbells and club bells, dexterity and freestyle movements, fit boxing, and combat-related motions who take inspirations from the slashing style of gladiators, or moves inspired from martial arts as Kali and Kung Fu, or classic fencing style. The possibilities are limitless, allowing for creative variations and combinations. The last approach is the most simple one, and we call it mini-circuit simplified approach. You just train with few exercises that you repeat as a circuit. It is the less charming form of developing the fitness sequence, but it can be useful when you have a class that has limited coordination, people not used to manage variety, and not yet able to process more complex sequences. So you are free to adopt the approach that best suit your way of teaching and the class in front of you. Over time, you can mix those alternative solutions and propose it to your students. Construction logics of the fitness sequence. Diverse exercises approach. Theory and training. With the diverse exercises approach, as instructors, you have the flexibility to choose exercises for your students, drawing from a wide range that targets arms, shoulders, core, and legs. These exercises can be loosely related or unified by your specific approach to muscle training in a session. How can one acquire knowledge of all these exercises? Well, as we've mentioned before in the course introduction, as instructors, you have the duty to learn at least the portion corresponding to the first 2 months of training. This means that you must train with all the exercises we've proposed in the training section, including the 2-month training plan and the array of fitness exercises. As enthusiasts of FITSWORD, this should come naturally to you. Therefore, if you've learned to master the wide variety of fitness exercises, you should be able to propose these exercises following your own logical thread and present them to your students in the fitness section. You'll manage the intensity of the fitness segment progressively, starting from a low to moderate intensity. Calibrating exercises that involve specific muscle groups or exercises engaging the entire body while taking the necessary active recovery breaks. Gradually, you'll increase the intensity for the high-intensity segment. The following is an example of a fitness segment lesson using the diverse exercises approach method.
3, 2, 1, go.
In this fitness segment, we'll be hitting the shoulders hard, and everything else. Let's start performing these movements outward and inward in a controlled manner. Let's aim to keep the forearms perpendicular to the ground, with the shoulders doing the work while the arms control the FITSWORD.
Three, two, one.
Now, let's change the exercise and engage the whole body, not just the shoulders. We'll continue with the previous exercise but coordinate the movement with side squats, ideally following the rhythm of the music. So, let's proceed with this sequence of lateral squats with lateral extensions.
Three, two,
And now, let's change the exercise again. We'll continue working the shoulders while reducing the heart rate by focusing solely on upper body exercises. Let's do these outward extensions with the FITSWORDs, a more comprehensive movement that involves the previous exercise and then shoulder raises. Now, let's do the same exercise but add side squats to it. By doing so, we simultaneously engage the legs again. Therefore, it's a total body workout. Let's change the exercise once again and proceed with alternating arm lifts using the FITSWORD, along with frontward movements with the other sword. To complement the movement, let's incorporate some torso twists. Every 2 to 3 minutes of activity, take few seconds of active recovery. Active recovery refers to performing low-intensity movements during rest intervals between higher-intensity sets. You can do the active recovery holding the FITSWORD, or you can leave the swords on the floor to relax the upper body muscles. The purpose is to promote blood flow and reduce muscle fatigue. It should be short, just the time to catch your breath and get started again. Examples of active recovery activities include light jogging, walking, or performing dynamic stretches. Now, let's switch up the type of movements and shift to something more dynamic. Execute this series of steps while coordinating arm movements. The symmetric sequence can be performed in place, or you can also move forward and backward. Now, let's slow down the pace and perform lateral squats while lifting the swords in front of us, crossing them. Try to make the movement symmetrical, and for added comfort, you could also cross the swords, alternating the sword that goes forward and the one that goes backward during the workout. Total body continues with forward lunges and horizontal arm movements, back and forth. Focus on the leg work with these lunges, but you can also try to assist with the momentum of your arms, making dynamic yet controlled movements. Now, just swing the FITSWORD back and forth, swinging the arms effectively but in a controlled manner. The blades of the swords are oriented outward. You control their symmetry. Following that, coordinated lateral squats with the previous exercise. Don't rely solely on momentum, but control the movement with the muscles of the shoulders. It's time to train the biceps, so let's do some curls with isometric holds. During the isometric phase, alternate the arms with a forward movement. Notice how we rotate the FITSWORD symmetrically between each arm. Now, same move, but instead of doing forward extensions, let's do lateral extensions. Next, let's move on to combat-inspired movements. We'll continue working the biceps, but will involve the whole body. This combat stance engages the body with isometrics, so hold the weight of the swords as you descend, slightly bending your legs, and strive for clean movements. Let's change the exercise again and focus on more dynamic leg movements. We'll start with a series of lateral squats, followed by a forward jump landing on one leg. Bounce back and keep on doing lateral squats toward the other side.
3, 2, 1, go!
Now, we'll perform a series of lateral jumps, ending with lunges. As you'll notice, sometimes we repeat exercises for 15 seconds, and other times we do longer sets. There isn't a precise rule. It's always up to you, the instructors, to decide how long to carry out a sequence. In this segment, we've made many changes. We don't recommend introducing too many changes or presenting too many exercises in a single session. The idea with this segment is to provide you with a taste of the variety possible in the fitness section. Different types of movements, static and dynamic, with different geometries, coordination-required movements, endurance-demanding movements, and extremely intense movements. The purpose of this section is truly to provide you with examples, inspire you, and make you understand that you have maximum freedom. The important thing is to meet the needs of your class. For example, a beginner class doesn't require as much variety. You can perform this fitness segment with fewer exercises, perhaps repeated for longer periods to allow students to understand. Sometimes, however, you may want to have a more dynamic class with many changes. Ultimately, it's up to you to understand your class, understand who you have in front of you, and create the ideal lesson accordingly. And never forget about your style, the way you move. While each individual style is distinctive, our guiding principle is to adopt a muscular, controlled, and martial style, rather than a soft and shapeless approach. In essence, style is an embodiment of substance and technique. And while during the fitness segment we often do exercises with good speed in order to increase intensity, remember, never sacrifice form for speed. Only increase your pace once you've perfected the correct form through deliberate, methodical practice. And now follow along the video to complete this training.
1, go!
FBM, FITSWORD Basic Movements. Before delving into the explanation of the limited exercises sequences focus way of building the fitness segment, we need to take a step back and revisit this image. The icons representing free body basic movements and FITSWORD basic movements. Clearly, when it comes to the free body basic movements, we take it for granted that you are capable of performing them. As for the FITSWORD basic movements, however, we will attempt to provide an introductory lesson to help you learn these initial basic movements. In particular, we will focus on movements that are relatively simple, but as with all simple things, they must be done well. Mastering these foundational movements will allow you to confidently progress to more complex tasks. In this lesson, we will provide you with a full immersion into this chapter, exploring various types of cuts, thrusts, and parries that are part of the gladiatorial combat style. We will do this in just a few minutes, but you, with your students, should take all the time necessary to ensure they learn well by starting with simpler movements, gradually adding variations, and then performing with more fluidity. We also assume that you have trained them with our video tutorials, so here we will proceed swiftly, expecting that you have already trained them. The sword exercises start with simple moves and gradually become more complex. If you're new, don't rush into harder exercises. Follow the suggested progression and be patient. Just like learning to walk before running or jumping, take it slow. Even if you're experienced, take your time with each exercise since the FITSWORD feels different from other swords. It may be physically demanding, so build up strength gradually. We've broken down complex drills into simpler moves to naturally guide you to the next step. Take your time to learn each basic part thoroughly. Building on a strong foundation will help you progress faster than rushing through without mastering each step. Concerning this slide, it's crucial to recognize that movements in the combat world are named based on fencing traditions. You will easily learn those names when training with our video tutorials. Just remember that diverse traditions bring different names. For example, in stick fighting, attack angles are identified by numerical designations. Whether you're already familiar with these names or not, they provide valuable information for delivering accurate cues or instructions to your students. An essential aspect to consider is the ability to perform strikes from different angles and heights. When saying, for example, "I'm performing a thrust," you can execute a high thrust, engaging mildly the legs. You can opt for a mid-level thrust, emphasizing leg muscles, or go for a very low thrust, involving the legs, core, and shoulders extensively. The same principle applies to all types of strikes, where the executed angles vary, ranging from nearly vertical to close to horizontal. Each angle determines how the body moves and engages muscles, showcasing the extensive range of movements. Precision in movement allows us to decide the striking angle and the muscles involved, emphasizing the importance of accuracy and control in your actions. And now, let's begin. There are many cuts that you can perform, each engaging different muscle groups to power the FITSWORD. Train to wield the FITSWORD with precision and power by focusing on proper movement techniques according to the cut directions. Start your training by using one FITSWORD at a time, alternating between your right and left hand. Begin with straight cuts. This may take some practice to coordinate both arms effectively. Let's start with overcut or vertical cut. The overcut technique involves delivering a downward strike from an elevated position, typically above the shoulder level, aiming to strike the target from top to bottom. This type of cut is characterized by its vertical trajectory, with the blade moving in a descending motion. They are relatively easy to perform as the sword is driven by gravity. You can enhance their effectiveness by adding your own strength to start and stop the movements precisely. Practice at a slow speed initially, ensuring that the imaginary edge of the blade is leading forward and moving smoothly along an imaginary plane. Remember, the direction of the cut is determined by the knuckles of your hand. Try to perform these cuts without moving your feet at first. This will help you learn balance and the body dynamics needed to counteract the kinetic energy of your swing. For each cut, there is a defensing move. So, for the overcut, there is an overcut parry, or vertical parry. The overcut parry technique is executed by positioning the sword in such a way that it intercepts the incoming strike. You anticipate the opponent's attack and raise the FITSWORD into a defensive position above your head to intercept the descending blow. This technique requires precise timing, coordination, and strength to effectively neutralize the incoming threat while maintaining proper defensive posture. As you advance, adopt a more natural combat stance and use your offhand to stabilize and balance your cuts. Your stance is crucial in training. It should enable strong and effortless movement, allowing force to transfer easily from your core to your limbs. It should also ensure good balance and freedom of movement. Depending on the exercise, you can maintain a neutral, face-forward position with your feet slightly wider than your hips for stability. Both feet should be angled slightly to the side, and your knees should face the same direction as your feet. Aligning your feet and knees will minimize energy loss and provide a stable base. Middle cut or side cut. These horizontal cuts can be performed at different heights, typically at chest or belly level. They require good strength and control as you move the blade from side to side against gravity, developing strong core and oblique muscles. The side cut parry is used to block an incoming attack from the side. Anticipate your opponent's attack and identify the direction from which it's coming, whether it's a high, mid-level, or low strike. And now, let's try the backhand side cut. The backhand side cut involves initiating the cut with the hand positioned farther from the direction of the cut. The cutting motion is generated primarily from the wrist and forearm, with the blade sweeping across the intended path of the cut. The backhand side cut typically generates less power compared to the fronthand side cut, but it offers greater speed and agility. It can be particularly useful for quick and unexpected strikes, as well as for maintaining defensive positioning while simultaneously delivering an offensive maneuver. Now let's repeat the forehand side cut in a more natural and dynamic way. This technique offers direct and precise control over the blade's trajectory, allowing for accurate targeting and efficient follow-through. And now, let's practice forehand and backhand side cuts together. While both techniques involve cutting from the side, the fronthand side cut emphasizes control and precision, while the backhand side cut prioritizes speed and agility. In all those swing and rotation exercises, remember to move your whole body together. We must repeat you, turn more, swing less, which means rotate your trunk while swinging your FITSWORD, not relying only on your shoulders. Your trunk should move smoothly with your hips and pelvis to avoid putting too much pressure on your lower back. So, think of moving as one complete unit, not in separate pieces. The diagonal cut involves driving the blade in a diagonal direction across a target area. This type of cut can be executed from various angles, depending on the intended target and desired outcome. When performing a diagonal cut, the FITSWORD is typically held at an angle relative to the target. The motion of the cut follows a diagonal path, moving from one side to the other. This can be done in a downward motion, from high to low, or in an upward motion, from low to high. Footwork involves the movement of the feet to position oneself optimally during combat or training. It includes various techniques such as stepping forward, backward, sideways, and diagonally, as well as pivoting and lunging. The primary goals of footwork are to maintain balance, control distance from the opponent, create angles of attack and defense. As you advance, integrate footwork into your routines. Focus on maintaining good balance and mobility while practicing moves with the FITSWORD, enabling you to maneuver effectively in all directions. diagonal cut or upward cut is a sword technique where the blade is swung in an upward direction at a diagonal angle. They are the most challenging as you must initiate the motion against gravity from below, relying solely on your strength with poor biomechanical assistance. The motion of the cut involves generating power from the hips and shoulders, with the arm extending upward and forward in a diagonal trajectory. Start with slow cuts to develop control and striking power, gradually increasing intensity as you refine your technique. In addition to cuts, you can also perform thrusts, each requiring different muscle engagement to power the FITSWORD. The thrust technique with a sword involves jabbing the blade forward in a linear motion to stab the target. Unlike cuts, which involve slashing or chopping motions, a thrust is a direct forward movement aimed at penetrating the opponent's defenses. To execute a thrust, the sword is held with the point aimed at the target, and the arm is extended forward while maintaining control and precision. Thrusts can be performed at various heights and demands engagement from the entire body, especially the legs. Training with sword cuts, thrusts, and parries will help you develop strength and endurance, especially when you include long sequences of cuts in your practice. Remember, the moves shown here are just a basic overview of the many variations possible with a sword or a FITSWORD. In reality, you have countless options for adjusting the height, width, and angles of your strikes, You can also link different moves together to create fluid and effective sequences. Feel free to create your own combat sequences based on what you've learned and experiment with your skills. Construction logics of the fitness sequence. Limited exercises approach. Theory. Let's go back to this diagram that represent the mental framework to use for creating exercises and fitness sequences. Now, what's the logic? The logic is to choose a couple of exercises from the free body movement section and a couple of exercises from the FITSWORD basic movements, and we combine them into sequences gradually more complex. We will show soon that it's possible to build nice and intense fitness segments with just 4 exercises that combined together lets you train for 8-10 minutes, doing hundreds of repetitions. And now, let's provide some concrete examples. From the free body basic movement section, we can choose 2 exercises, like the forward lunge and lateral squat. From the FITSWORD section, we can select 2 other exercises, like the horizontal cut and the high parry. We have 4 exercises aiming to have an easy-to-remember sequence, instead of a vast array of different exercises to fill a 20-minute segment of the lesson. This is an example of how we can combine these 4 exercises. We start with the basic forward lunge for 8 to 10 repetitions. Then, we can perform the same reps with an horizontal cut. Afterward, we can combine the 2 exercises, in which you make a lunge with horizontal cut. We can take a short break and start again. This time, we do a lateral squat, followed by a high parry for another 8 to 10 reps. Again, we combine the exercises. You make a lateral squat while doing a high parry. So far, as you can see, we've done pure exercises or combinations of pure exercises. Then, we can make things slightly more complex. We make a set doing only the combined exercises. Lunge with horizontal cut for 8-10 reps, followed by lateral squat with high parry. As you can observe, there is a gradual increase in intensity, noticeable from the height of these columns on the chart. Then, we mix the combination, so we start with the forward lunge, but followed by the high parry. And then we combine them into forward lunge with high parry. After a short rest, we proceed with the remaining part, which was composed of lateral squats, followed by horizontal cuts. Then, we combine them together, performing lateral squats with horizontal cut. And again, we will reach the intensity peak combining those 2 last combinations. Forward lunge with high parry, followed by lateral squats with horizontal cut. In terms of memory, it's straightforward. We're doing 8-10 minutes of fitness with 4 exercises simply combined in various ways. As you can see, the way we've combined the exercises gives us an idea of the intensity peaks we want to achieve in the lesson. The fitness segment starts with exercises in simpler variations, then their combinations, making them more intense. Doing a simple forward lunge is one thing. Doing a forward lunge while doing an horizontal cut is another, involving both the lower and upper body. Then we create a higher peak of intensity, combining both versions of the combined exercises. And we start again, but alternating the basic exercises to lower the intensity, to lower heart rate and breathing. The framework is the same. We have a medium peak when combining the basic exercises, and a higher peak when combining in sequence the combined exercises. With this system, we can manage the intensity. Based on the fitness level of our class, we can keep things simple and flat, or we can create more intensity, increasing complexity of the exercises and pace of the exercises. Increase the rhythm and you increase heart frequency and breathing. Since we talked about intensity, let's make another example. It's clear how a different arrangement of exercises and combining more complex sequences can change the intensity of the fitness segment. In this example, we start with the same exercises. 2 basic bodyweight movements, forward lunge and lateral squat, and 2 basic FITSWORD movements, the horizontal strike and the high parry. Now, we combine them differently. We begin with a lighter phase where all exercises are done in their basic forms. We alternate lower body exercises with upper body exercises. First the lunge, then the horizontal cut, followed by lateral squat and high parry. Afterward, we go for 2 consecutive combinations, increasing the complexity and physical intensity as these exercises involve both upper and lower body. Then, we further raise the intensity by having both complex movements in sequence. After that, we can go back to a medium intensity level by inverting the exercises, lunge with high parry, and squat with horizontal cut. Next, we rise the intensity again, sequencing the last combinations. This is an example of how, with the same 4 exercises and low mnemonic involvement, we managed to conduct an 8 to 10 minute lesson, managing the intensity in function of the class we have. So, if you've grasped the logic, we can also use a more general framework where we identify basic bodyweight exercises, which we call A and B. Then, we select 2 basic movements with FITSWORD, which we call C and D. We can replicate the exact same structure. This is just to illustrate, to make it clear what the idea is. 2 bodyweight exercises, 2 FITSWORD exercises, variously combined in sequences with their peaks of intensity, according to the characteristics you want to impart to the lesson. The sequence follows the same pattern, starting with basic exercises, moving to double combined exercises, then quadruple combined movements, and so on. Let's go back to the proposed structure of a lesson and focus on the fitness segment. So, what have we done to create the fitness part of the lesson? We chose some movements and combined them into an easily constructible sequence without the need for lengthy study and preparation. Obviously, you need focus and attention to mix nicely the basic exercises. The intensities should be tailored to the class, or even on individual participants who can opt for more intense complex versions or less intense simple ones based on their characteristics. So, as instructor, you should be able to elaborate and propose of the same exercise, easier or harder versions to meet the student's needs. Construction logics of the fitness sequence. Limited exercises approach, training. In the chapter before, we have designed a sequence of 4 exercises to create a simple-to-remember routine. And now, we show how to incorporate the 4 movements in a limited exercises sequences focus routine. We begin with the basic forward lunge, completing 8 to 10 repetitions. Next, we perform the same number of reps with alternated horizontal cuts. Then, we combine the 2 exercises by executing a lunge with a horizontal cut. After a brief rest, we move on to a lateral squat. High parry, again for 8-10 reps. We then combine these exercises, performing a lateral squat while executing a high parry. After completing these individual exercises and combinations, we raise the complexity by performing a set consisting solely of the combined exercises. A lunge with a horizontal cut followed by a lateral squat with a high parry. To further challenge ourselves, we alternate the sequence by starting with the forward lunge, high parry. Then combining them into a forward lunge with a high parry. Following a short break, we proceed with the remaining portion, consisting of lateral squats. Followed by horizontal cuts. Again, we combine these two exercises, performing lateral squats with horizontal cuts. Finally, we reach the peak intensity by combining the last two combinations, a forward lunge with a high parry, followed by lateral squats with horizontal cuts. In terms of memorization, it's quite straightforward. We engage in 8-10 minutes of fitness with 4 exercises, simply combined in various ways. Can you guess how many reps we performed? Probably not, because your mind was busy trying to coordinate all the combinations instead of counting reps. Using a simple yet effective method, we managed to achieve nearly 400 reps without realizing how much variety and volume could be generated from just 4 exercises combined in different ways. For example, we completed 48 lunges on the right side and 48 on the left, followed by 48 squats on the right and 48 on the left side. 48 strikes on the right and 48 strikes on the left. 48 arm lifts on the right and 48 on the left. This totals to 192 leg reps and 192 arm reps, totaling just under 400 reps in total. All right, team, it's time to put your skills to the test. We're challenging you to craft a 5-minute fitness sequence, bringing your energy and creativity to the forefront. Aim for a medium to high-intensity sequence, accompanied by music with a BPM between 130 and 140. This is your chance to shine as an instructor leading a FITSWORD class. We're eager to witness the innovative sequences you come up with, so get ready to showcase your talent and dedication. Let your passion for FITSWORD training drive you as you design a dynamic routine that pushes boundaries and inspires your class. So, let's see what you're made of. Get moving, get creative, and show us what you've got. We can't wait to see the incredible sequences you create.
Bravissimo! Oh.
Construction logics of the fitness sequence. Mini circuit approach. Training. Choose 3 or 4 exercises that, for that session, target specific muscle groups. We then put them together in a mini circuit that we repeat 2 to 3 times. We are still within the framework of a HIIT, high-intensity interval training approach. So, this alternative approach is really the simplest. You choose 3 or 4 exercises to be performed at a medium to high intensity for about 45-50 seconds each, ideally balancing and alternating the engagement of muscle groups. For instance, you can have a lower body exercise, an upper body exercise, a core exercise, and a total body one. In the first example, 4 exercises are repeated for 45-50 seconds with short rest intervals, keeping you engaged for about 9-10 minutes. Alternatively, you can choose 3 exercises, repeating the sequence 3 times, still keeping you busy for 10 minutes. Another simple way is to rotate between 4 exercises, imagining a lower body part and an upper part, repeating this sequence, and then introducing other exercises focusing on the core and upper body. With 4 exercises, you can keep the participants busy for around 9 to 10 minutes. In this session, we'll demonstrate and guide you through a mini-circuit simplified approach workout. We will practice with a couple of different mini-circuits that we can use to fill a 20 minutes fitness segment. We'll select 4 exercises that target specific muscle groups and put them together in a mini-circuit that we'll repeat 2 times. This session follows the principles of high-intensity interval training, so get ready to work up a sweat. The beauty of this approach lies in its simplicity. You'll have the flexibility to choose exercises that match your fitness level and goals. We suggest opting for exercises that you can perform at a medium to high intensity for about 45-50 seconds each, ensuring a balanced engagement of different muscle groups. In this example, we'll begin with an upper body exercise, a unique variation of lateral raises using the FITSWORD. This exercise includes isometric phases where you hold the sword at shoulder height, while one arm moves down and across, then raises again. After a brief active recovery period to catch your breath, we'll move on to a lower body exercise. Dynamic squats, transitioning from wide-legged to narrow-legged squats, with a small hop. Following another short active recovery break, we'll engage in a dynamic activity. Jumping exercises where we frequently change combat stances. After another brief pause, we'll perform a total body exercise that combines lateral raises with squats. At the end of the circuit, we'll repeat the same sequence, which should take approximately 10 minutes of our fitness segment. You can repeat it, or you can practice with the next mini-circuit. To conclude this workout, we can include another example of a mini-circuit to fill the remaining 20 minutes of our fitness routine. This circuit consists of different exercises, but the sequence development principle remains simple and very similar. We'll start with a series of dynamic knee lifts, coordinated with torso and arm movements. This exercise is energetic and requires arm movement to complement the intensity of the knee lifts. Next, we'll incorporate an exercise inspired by the dexterity drills we've previously practiced: shoulder spins. After completing the shoulder spins, we'll hold the sword in front of us and alternate shoulder spins with each arm. we'll repeat both exercises, and then move on to 2 more exercises performed in sequence. Torso twists, using the momentum of the swords to challenge our core strength, alternating with knee lifts. Finally, we'll perform squats with front and side holds of the FITSWORD, and conclude by repeating these 2 exercises. With this setup, participants stay active for about 20 minutes, completing a comprehensive and efficient workout routine. We trust you found it effective, despite its simple structure, making it easy to follow and manage. So, in summary, we've identified 3 ways to structure a fitness session. Diverse exercises approach. If you're familiar with many exercises, as an instructor, you can easily choose movements that work arms, shoulders, core, and legs. These exercises can either be loosely related or unified by your specific muscle training approach. Limited exercises, sequences focus. Alternatively, you might prefer your students to concentrate on a smaller set of exercises. This way, they can enhance their coordination, strength, and endurance through sequences involving the same movements. This method demands the ability to create and guide through more complex sequences. Mini-circuit simplified approach. For a straightforward class, you can opt for the simplest approach. Just select 3, 4, or 5 exercises targeting specific muscle groups. Combine them in a mini-circuit. This straightforward method is suitable for a basic class setting. Circular strength training, freestyle and dexterity. We talk about circular strength training because using the FITSWORD with circular, oscillatory, and triplanar movements is similar in terms of technique and benefits to the use of the club bells. And the benefits of club bells training have been widely recognized for a long time. While traditional weight training typically involves linear movements along only 2 directions, limiting the range of motion, with circular strength training, you can do multidimensional movements, providing advantages in terms of improved shoulder mobility and strength. You work in decompression rather than compression. Clears the shoulder joint from calcifications caused by wear and tear, making it suitable for shoulder rehabilitation and injury prevention. Strengthens muscles throughout the entire kinematic chain, involving arms, core, and legs. Strengthens grip in hands, wrists, and forearms. With the FITSWORD, you can get the same benefits, with the extra advantage of greater safety and ease of use. The padded blade reduces the risk of accidents during rotational and swinging movements, especially if accidentally bumped. Greater safety and easy handling enable the execution of more complex moves and sequences, improving coordination and fun doing freestyle training, making it accessible to everybody, while clubbells training is very technical. The weight concentrated on the handle reduces stress on the wrists. When we do this kind of rotational exercises, we improve our handling that becomes more stylish, intricate, and effective. It enhances as well coordination and combat skills. Training becomes a blend of entertainment, fun, and challenge. Spending hours perfecting a move might seem like a game, but it's a powerful training session. Each repetition engages your brain and muscles, working together like a team. The neuromuscular involvement is very high. Dexterity training is like a whole new sport. It's a discipline on its own, offering a long-lasting and incredibly varied training experience. The possibility of learning more and more moves, to combine them, to make cool sequences in which you are training, learning, and having fun, all in the same time, is a unique feature of the FITSWORD. When you begin freestyle training, we strongly suggest to start with the lightest weight available, in order to learn without risk and adapt your body to those unusual movements. Here just a little detail about rotational speed of the FITSWORD. The rule is simple. The heavier the sword, the slower the maximum rotation speed achievable. And in the case of modular models, the rotation speed of the FITSWORD is influenced also by the weight distribution. You can do a fine-tuning to find the feeling you prefer regarding the rotational inertia and the spinning speed. When you'll have reached a sufficient sensitivity, you'll be able to feel the differences and to choose the best setup for you. Freestyle and dexterity training. Freestyle and dexterity exercises with the sword take practice to master, so we encourage you to train them often. These exercises involve performing fancy and skilled moves with the sword to show off your expertise and agility. They're smooth, detailed, and look impressive, adding style to sword fighting. When starting, use a lightweight FITSWORD to focus on technique without straining your joints and muscles too much. The hand spin technique involves rotating the sword around your hand while staying in control. It's handy for quickly changing the sword's direction or building up momentum for a strike. And they are the foundation for almost any other freestyle drill. To do a hand spin, grip the sword smoothly with one hand and use your wrist and forearm to ignite the spin motion. With practice, you'll get better at doing hand spins smoothly and effectively, adding them to your swordplay skills. A tip to make the rotation smoother is to keep a flexible grip and use only your index finger and thumb to hold the sword while rotating. In fencing, those moves are called flourishing and include spins, twirls, figure eights, and other fancy moves that show control and coordination with the weapon. While flourishing might not always be useful in fights, it's a way to showcase talent and creativity. Practicing dexterity techniques helps improve your sword skills and makes your swordplay more dynamic. In the beginning, it's important to practice with both arms during your training sessions. This helps you learn how to use the sword with each arm, whether it's your natural dominant one or your non-dominant one. Alternating between arms allows one to rest while the other works, creating a continuous flow of exercises without breaks. Training with one arm at a time is crucial in the beginning, especially when you have limited control over the FITSWORD with both arms. Focusing on one arm at a time helps you develop control and coordination equally in each arm. Your goal should be to become nearly ambidextrous with the FITSWORD. Some moves may feel natural with your dominant arm, but challenging with your non-dominant one. To speed up your learning, try alternating arms with each repetition, if you can switch the FITSWORD quickly between hands. You'll notice that with each repetition, your non-dominant arm improves, eventually reaching a similar level of execution as your dominant arm, or very close to it. We can't stress enough how important it is to practice these foundational exercises regularly until you feel confident and can perform them smoothly. That's why we recommend incorporating them into your training sessions for many lessons until they're mastered. Plus, it's enjoyable and engaging. You're not just lifting weights, you're moving weights through meaningful movements, improving your fitness while learning valuable skills. Time flies when you're focused on the activity or the process of learning something new and exciting. Remember the old saying, do not fear the man who knows 10,000 techniques. Fear the man who has practiced one technique 10,000 times. Repetition builds long-term muscle memory, making movements automatic and efficient. So, pay attention to how you practice and repeat movements with proper form. Sloppy practice leads to flawed muscle memory, making it challenging to correct mistakes later. We are all unique learners, so focus on your progress, not others. Strive for excellence from the beginning until you master the form. In martial arts, muscle memory allows fighters to react quickly and instinctively, honed through training and naturally applied under pressure. For trainers, it's essential to correct and motivate students from day one, ensuring they execute each movement correctly. Don't let them practice mistakes. Insist on proper form every time and don't accept excuses. As we mentioned earlier, hand spins are the foundation for all dexterity exercises. Once you've mastered this skill, you can progress to forward and backward shoulder spins. We've broken down complex sword drills into simpler movements to guide you naturally to the next step. This approach is reflected in all our video tutorials. The shoulder spin combines shoulder motions coordinated with hand spins. So smooth hand spins are essential for mastering it. Take your time to learn each basic part and master it thoroughly. Building on a solid foundation will help you progress much faster than rushing through without fully understanding each step. Freestyle and Dexterity. Training Part 2. Once you've mastered using the FITSWORD with both arms, you can challenge yourself further by wielding 2 FITSWORDs simultaneously. This will enhance coordination and mind-body control. It's important to focus on maintaining symmetry in your training. The FITSWORDs can help identify natural imbalances in your body, especially through circular motions around the head or torso. We've simplified this complex drill into a series of easier exercises to learn. First, let's start with arm circles, a basic exercise where you rotate your arms in circular motions while holding the FITSWORD. Stand with your feet shoulder-width apart and make controlled circles with your arms. Aim for symmetry and control the FITSWORD's movement. Practice in both directions to develop coordination. You'll notice if one limb or joint is weaker or tighter than the other. With the FITSWORD, correcting imbalances becomes a natural process to achieve equal strength, flexibility, and coordination on both sides of the body. The fun aspect of training and the desire to improve will motivate you to address and correct any imbalances. You'll aim to perform well with both arms and sides of your body. Next, try elbow circles. Keep your upper arms still and rotate your forearms in small circles, moving your elbows smoothly. Ensure your FITSWORD stays parallel while moving. Now, let's combine arm circles with one arm and elbow circles with the other. Stagger the timing to avoid hitting one arm with the other. Now, we're adding hand spins to our preparation for the shoulder spin. While elbow spinning, begin hand spinning with the right hand. Follow the steps as shown, breaking down the exercise into its components. Elbow spin, then slow down to find the right timing to hand spin with the right hand. Continue with the elbow circles and repeat. Keep practicing this sequence to master the technique. Similar to the previous exercise, but now while elbow spinning, begin to hand spin with the left hand. Break down each component of the move to make learning easier. Combine the last two exercises while elbow spinning. With each elbow spin, hand spin once with the right arm and once with the left. This exercise, you'll strengthen your mind-body connection as you train with new motor patterns. Similar to the exercise before, but with an extra coordination challenge. With each elbow spin, first spin with the right hand, and then immediately with the left hand. Let's try some simpler exercises to develop coordination between both arms, doing similar exercises with different details each time. Now, with the right arm, apply the shoulder spin while spinning the elbows with the other arm. Alternate this with elbow spins using both arms. Now the same exercise, but without alternating shoulder spin and elbow spin. Everything is performed continuously. One arm always does shoulder spin, and the other always does elbow spin. And now, let's do the opposite. The right arm does elbow spin, while the left one performs backward shoulder spin. The purpose of all these exercises is to train you to coordinate different movements with both arms, which, from a neuromuscular perspective, is extremely complex and rarely found in the fitness world. More complexity now. The right arm does the shoulder spin, and the left hand does the backward hand spin and finish the motion with an elbow spin, before starting all again. We're nearing the shoulder spin with 2 FITSWORDs, with one arm performing the shoulder spin and the other doing a backward shoulder spin. They're slightly staggered to allow time for each move to be considered. The motion isn't broad yet. It's still narrow and more akin to elbow spins than shoulder spins. However, we're making progress, one step at a time. The right arm does the shoulder spin, and the left arm does the elbow spin followed by the hand spin, with a staggered pace. Now we're beginning to synchronize the 2 opposing movements, focusing on keeping them close to our body with elbow spins. While the right hand performs a forward hand spin, the left executes a backward hand spin. Syncing 2 opposite movements isn't easy, but we're making progress. As you get more control, make the moves with a wider range of motion until nailing the shoulder spin with 2 FITSWORDs. Now you should be able to do the shoulder spin with 2 FITSWORDs, which is the foundation for many more dexterity exercises. As you have seen, each video tutorial breaks down complex drills into simpler steps to help you progress gradually. You can use these steps to develop many lessons, as progressing slowly helps people develop new motor patterns, which takes time. Consider incorporating from time to time those coordination drills into your lessons to refresh the students' memory while they learn new tricks and to keep them motivated. And you can do the same with every tutorial we gave you. They should inspire you to create always entertaining and interesting classes. And now, can you guess how many reps we did in this 30 minutes of freestyle training? We conquered approximately 1,800 reps. Whether it was arm circles, elbow circles, or shoulder spins, each rep was a step closer to mastering our skills. Sure, it was a tough training session, but our minds were focused on growth, on mastering new movements, on becoming stronger and more coordinated. We weren't counting reps. We were immersed in the joy of learning and improving ourselves. We hope you had a blast and that you felt the thrill of mastering something new. This is just the beginning of an exciting journey. The more you learn, the more you'll crave to learn and train. Let this be the spark that ignites your passion for continuous improvement. Safety distance, range of motion, timing. As already said, safety primarily depends on maintaining distance, which refers to the physical space between you and your partner or any surrounding elements like walls, obstacles, and objects. When training alone, ensure you have a clear space around you, at least 1.5 meters in all directions if your training involves static movements without footwork. More than that if your training is dynamic and includes extended footwork. Exercise caution with people, especially children and animals, around you, as they may be unaware of the potential risks if they accidentally come into contact with the FITSWORD while you're focused on training. Now, we will talk about some concepts that are important when you train with a partner. The safety distance refers to the physical space between you and your sparring partner. To make sure you have enough safe space between you and your partner, hold your sword straight in front of you, allowing only the top end of your FITSWORD to touch the top end of your opponent's sword. This distance allows you to practice basic movements safely. Neither you nor your partner can land a strike on each other. A shorter distance instead puts both of you at risk of accidental hits. Now let's talk about the range, that refers to the physical space a technique can cover, representing all the possible positions reachable with the sword during an action. So it's clear that it's a dynamic concept. The range can vary based on the moves you want to practice. It significantly increases with dynamic actions and footwork compared to static or limited footwork. During practice, always maintain a safety distance to ensure you stay outside of your partner's range. This is an important concept on which you can exercise. As your partner walks forward, you walk backward to keep always the safety distance. You can apply this concept on all exercises with a dynamic footwork. When training with a partner, another important concept to retain is the timing. There is no easier definition than this. The timing is the reaction time between the moment you try to deliver a strike and the time it takes your opponent to make a countermove. Starting with broad and clear movements is key. Communication is also important, as you make aware your partner that you are going to strike with a certain rhythm. When you get better, you can decide to exercise with a faster pace. It's important that you are both aware and ready to play with that timing. Timing is not just crucial, it adds an element of fun to training. It demands continuous focus on both yourself and your opponent. Your senses need to be alert, pinpointing when and where your opponent plans to strike. In controlled combat, the timing is constant. Both partners synchronize their attacks and defenses, making moves more predictable and training safer. They agree on changing the rhythm. They can play fast, but the pace is constant. In free combat, the timing is challenging. The partners intentionally adopt an unpredictable timing, making it tougher for the other to defend or counterattack effectively. Binding positions. Sparing among partners of different strength. Another very important concept that you have to apply and be able to explain to your students are the binding positions. The bind occurs when two opposing blades meet, and binding positions refer to the various configurations of these blades. There are 6 primary binding positions, consisting of 3 symmetric and 3 asymmetric positions, along with countless possible intermediate situations. It seems complicated, but it's rather intuitive and easy to apply. Imagine 2 people, each holding a sword. When their swords meet, it's like a puzzle with different ways the swords can be positioned. To better explain you the binding positions, we must first introduce some terms that are useful in understanding the dynamics of blade work. Imagine the blade of a sword as a continuum of strength and flexibility. At one end, we have the foible, the weaker part of the blade near the tip. When pressure is applied here, it lacks the strength to resist force effectively. Moving along the blade towards the handle, we encounter the middle section. Here, the blade possesses a balance of strength and flexibility. The blade can still yield but offers more resistance compared to the foible. Finally, we arrive at the fort, the strongest part of the blade closest to the handle. When pressure is applied here, it feels solid and unyielding. The strength of the forte provides a stable base, making it difficult to manipulate. It is typically used for blocking or parrying an opponent's attack due to its greater strength and control. And now, it should be easy to understand the 6 main binding positions. 3 positions are symmetric, fort against fort. When the stronger part of one sword meets the stronger part of the other, it's like pushing against a solid wall. It's stable and harder to move. Middle against middle. When the middle parts meet, it's like 2 people arm wrestling at an equal strength point. Foible against foible. It's when the more flexible and weaker parts of the blade meet, closer to the tip, making it easier to move and change direction. It is often used for actions requiring precision or agility. Understanding these positions helps fighters know how to control and respond to different pressures during a sword fight, much like a strategic dance. Instead, when we talk about the asymmetric binding positions, keep in mind that when your sword intercepts the opponent's blade with the bottom part of the blade, the position called fort, you have more leverage and control. And you will experiment this soon when you parry a strike against you. Always intercept your opponent's blade with the bottom part of your sword. In these asymmetric positions, the leverage is influenced by the distribution of force along the length of the swords. The stronger part of one sword can dominate the interaction. As a beginner, you start crossing swords with slow and controlled movements, keeping a safe distance. Here are 2 main situations. In case of simple exchanges, like cutting and slashing, you simply aim to divert the other blade without blocking it. So, you cross the middle or final part of the blade close to the top end at an angle that helps the blade hit and pass. Practice gently, involving the middle part of the blade as you progress. In case you want to block an attack and stop the motion of your opponent's blade, you intercept the blow with the bottom part of the blade close to the handle, called fort. Don't fear getting hit on the fingers. The blade is soft and padded. Practice intercepting with slow motions first, then accelerate with your partner. Flex your arm upon impact to absorb shock and protect your wrist. Train to make exchanges fun and gentle on joints. Remember, it's important to practice safely, respecting your partner, and having fun without risking injuries. This is physical conditioning. You are lifting weights at every move. Training together with FITSWORD, regardless of size or strength, is another great feature that makes the difference with other disciplines. This feature allows the practice in a mixed class with people of different size and strength, as they can train together. Each one struggles with the weight of the FITSWORD chosen. Each one get the benefits of their training, even when pairing with somebody smaller and less strong. Obviously, it's up to the understanding of each player. to adapt their way of sparring in function of the capabilities and level of the sparring partner. If you have somebody very weak and delicate, you can control the FITSWORD with slow motion moves and stop blows. But you can still have a nice rewarding training session. The trainer must ensure that all students are playing fair, that they respect the established rules of engagement and individual skill levels. Encourage quick rotations within groups, allowing everyone the opportunity to engage with more skilled peers. Learning occurs through active participation, observation, adaptation, and imitation. Avoid students consistently partnering with the same person, as this limits the overall class progression. FITSWORD training with a partner. In this chapter, we'll put into action the combat techniques we learned in Chapter 10.2. Instead of practicing alone, we'll practice with a partner. Practicing alone helps you perfect your technique and style through repetition. Training with a partner introduces endless variables and situations. Each person is different, so you'll need to adapt what you've learned accordingly. We're focusing on controlled combat, or soft combat, where we learn and apply combat techniques to get fit through repetitive movements. In this scenario, the rules are simple. You agree on the moves or sequences you'll practice, as well as the rhythm. This ensures great control and safety during training. Begin with one sword and easy movements. Then, slowly make things more challenging by adding complexity, footwork, weight, speed, and repetitions. When you feel comfortable handling the difficulty and intensity of using two swords at once, that's when things get really exciting. For the moment, let's try the moves with one FITSWORD and one training partner. We begin by practicing the vertical cut and vertical parry. Initially, one person attacks while the other focuses on practicing overcut parries. You'll apply important concepts like maintaining a safe distance and timing your movements. Timing is crucial as we interact with each other. The attacker sets the pace, and the defender must sync their parries accordingly. We also practice binding positions. The attacker aims to cut vertically, while the defender intercepts and blocks the incoming cuts using the forte position for strength. Start slowly and synchronize your movements. Since we're beginners, maintain a constant rhythm with wide and easy-to-predict movements. The trainer should oversee the pace, particularly with beginners who may accelerate beyond their capabilities, risking loss of control and form. Since we're starting with a static stance and no footwork, our range is limited to the reach of the FITSWORD. Now, let's switch roles to incorporate both cutting and parrying techniques. Our method is simple, yet effective. Practice the same moves with both arms, then swap roles to gain insights from both perspectives. When engaging in blade binding, grip the handle firmly to prevent the blade from rebounding towards your face, especially during initial encounters when blade reactions are still unknown. In these videos, we're moving quite quickly, which might be challenging for beginners. We highly recommend practicing at a much slower pace than what you see here. It's essential to start slowly. Focus on balance and body mechanics, identifying the muscle groups involved and optimizing their use. Slow motion movements require major muscle control and concentration compared to faster actions, providing a longer reaction time during sparring. As you progress, you can gradually increase your speed, but always prioritize maintaining correct form. If your form starts to suffer, slow down. Before trying the next combination, let's go over the vertical cuts and parries once more. This time, focus on making wider and more predictable movements. For example, you can execute a smoother overcut using the techniques you've learned in freestyle and dexterity. Try employing the shoulder spin technique for a fluid and dynamic motion. But remember, There's no need to rush. Instead, maintain control throughout the movement, ensuring it remains steady along its path. Avoid striking with force. Let your muscles dictate the speed, allowing them to slow down the motion before making contact. The next step is to alternate between cuts and parries, enhancing your coordination and ability to switch roles seamlessly. Remember, mastering this skill is crucial for wielding two FITSWORDs simultaneously. You must train to be equally proficient with each hand. And now let's repeat the exercise, but this time with the non-dominant arm, which will be much more challenging. Since we're naturally more coordinated with our dominant arm, mastering this technique is crucial. We must learn to wield the sword both offensively and defensively. What we're doing here are variations and complications of the basic overcut technique, stimulating neuromuscular growth during moments of great intensity. Before progressing to using two swords, we'll continue practicing other techniques one arm at a time. Now, it's time for the side cut, where one person continuously attacks while the other defends. The defender must match the rhythm set by the attacker, who dictates the rules of the game. These rules, as mentioned earlier, are established before the exercises begin. The side cuts are horizontal cuts performed at different heights, usually at chest or belly level. They demand good strength and control as you swing the blade side to side against gravity, strengthening your core and oblique muscles. The side cut parry is used to block an attack from the side. You need to anticipate your opponent's move and determine the direction of their strike, whether it's high, mid-level, or low. Executing the side cut parry involves positioning the sword to intercept the incoming strike, with the blade perpendicular to the floor. You anticipate the attack and extend the FITSWORD to your side defensively, blocking the side cut. This technique requires precise timing, coordination, and strength to effectively defend while maintaining proper posture. Now, let's practice the backhand side cut. It starts with the hand positioned farther from the direction of the cut. You mainly use your wrist and forearm to generate the cutting motion, sweeping the blade across the intended path. Compared to the forehand side cut, the backhand side cut usually produces less power but offers greater speed and agility. The technique for the parry remains the same, even though you have to intercept the incoming strike from the opposite side, compared to what you're used to with the forehand side cut. When practicing parries with a partner, making your moves wide and predictable ensures safety. This gives your opponent enough time to anticipate where the strike is coming from and plan the defense accordingly. Even if you pick up the pace, keeping your moves predictable helps your partner during sparring. The instructor should pay attention to short and incomplete movements, especially with beginners. They often fall into the trap of reacting without considering form. Now, let's practice forehand and backhand side cuts together. We're increasing the complexity by combining both cuts. The defender needs to block strikes coming from both sides and match the attacker's rhythm. During these swing and rotation exercises, remember to move your entire body together, meaning rotate your trunk while swinging your FITSWORD, rather than relying solely on your shoulders. Think of moving as one complete unit, not in separate parts. Same exercise, same forehand and backhand cuts, but this time, both players use the same technique. Instead of blocking each other's blades, when the blades are slashing in front of you, you should cross the final part of the blade, that we call the foible, at an angle that allows for sliding. The goal is to divert or deflect the other blade without stopping its movement. When your blade makes contact, let your wrist flex a bit to go along with the motion. To do this safely, make sure the top ends of the blades touch each other and control the distance between you and your partner. Now let's practice with the non-dominant arm, as we do in each stage of our training progression. In this case, and in many others we'll demonstrate, both players perform the same move, so there's no need to switch roles. We simply practice switching hands. In all the exercises we did until now, the range was limited, as we always had a static stance, without any kind of footwork. If you remember, the range refers to the physical space a technique can cover with a sword. But in the next exercise, we will add some footwork, and you will notice how the range is a dynamic concept, varying based on the moves practiced and increasing with dynamic actions and footwork. And now let's add some footwork to our sequence of side cuts. As your partner moves forward, step backward to keep the safety distance. This principle applies to all exercises with dynamic footwork. Ensure your attack doesn't reach your partner's body. During practice, never forget that it's essential to maintain a safe distance to stay outside of your partner's range. And one more example of footwork. Walking around with your partner in a circle. It works in the same manner. As you can see, footwork involves different moves like stepping in different directions, walking in circles, sideways or diagonally, and also pivoting and lunging. Its main goals are to keep balance, control distance from opponents, create attack and defense angles, and position yourself well during combat training. As you progress, you can include footwork in all your routines. And here another example of exercise in which we play the same move and same role with our partner. The diagonal cut. We drive the blade diagonally across the target area from one side to the other. Also, in this case, as we want a continuous action, when crossing blades, aim to divert or deflect the other blade without stopping its movement. And now we apply the upward diagonal cut with a partner. This is a sophisticated sword technique characterized by swinging the blade in an upward direction at a diagonal angle. Mastering this technique is particularly demanding, as it requires initiating the motion against gravity from a lower position, relying predominantly on personal strength with minimal biomechanical aid. Executing the cut effectively involves a coordinated effort of the hips and shoulders to generate power, with the arm extending upward and forward along a diagonal trajectory. Beginners are advised to start with slow, deliberate cuts to develop control and striking power gradually. And now it's time to practice thrusts with a partner. The attacker makes precise thrusts, aiming directly at the defender's body with limited strength and speed. This thrusting technique involves jabbing the sword forward in a linear motion, seeking to penetrate the opponent's defenses. This technique can be adjusted to various heights and requires engagement from the entire body, particularly the legs. The defender responds swiftly to the incoming thrusts, timing their reactions effectively. They intercept the attacker's blade just above the crossguard, ensuring enough strength to deflect the incoming strike. Notice how the defender steps aside, staying outside the trajectory of the thrust. While the attacker aims for the opponent's body, the defender intercepts and redirects the blade using the forte position, allowing them to alter the course of the thrust. It's important to practice these maneuvers gently and with control, especially when training with less experienced partners. Always show respect to your training partner, regardless of their skill level. In this exercise, each participant takes on a different role. So in our training progression, we will have not only to alternate between dominant and non-dominant arms, but also we have to switch roles to apply both thrusting and parrying techniques effectively. this exercise, we're stepping up the intensity by adding more dynamic thrusts and parries. By incorporating deeper lunges, we're engaging our legs and core even more. This means those on the defensive side need to stay sharp and react quickly. When lunging forward to thrust, it's crucial to maintain good technique. Keep an eye on your form, especially ensuring that your front knee doesn't collapse inward or extend too far past your toes. These movements can put unnecessary strain on your joints and increase the risk of injury. To power through the lunges effectively, focus on activating your quadriceps, glutes, and hamstrings. Now let's spice things up and add some complexity and fun by alternating between thrusts and parries. Each player will get the chance to take on both roles, keeping the action dynamic and engaging for everyone involved. Before delving into dual wielding, let's take a moment to reflect on the groundwork we covered in the initial part of the video. We meticulously laid out all the steps, providing a comprehensive framework for understanding. The beauty of this framework lies in its versatility. It can be applied to any combat technique you wish to master. Start with a single sword and practice basic movements. Alternate between your dominant and non-dominant arms to ensure balanced development. If the technique involves distinct roles, don't hesitate to switch roles and repeat the exercise with alternating arms. However, if both players employ the same technique, such as side cuts against side cuts, you can progress directly to the next steps. You can gradually increase complexity by adding footwork, weight, speed, and repetitions, and you will apply the same framework again. Switching arms, switching roles, and switching arms again. You can apply this framework to any combat technique, and to your lessons during the combat technique segment. This will ensure that everybody will gain the capability to sword fight with both arms, ensuring a balanced and symmetric training. Dual wielding. Dual wielding is the practice of wielding two FITSWORD simultaneously. It is a skill that requires good level of ambidexterity. However, mastering this technique demands both physical and mental dexterity to manage two separate attacking vectors at once. When you engage in dual wielding, you're not just focusing on offense, you're also incorporating defensive maneuvers. To maximize the effectiveness of dual wielding, we suggest assigning specific roles to each sword, one for offense and the other for defense. It is very close to using a shield and sword. In this example, we start by using the right arm to attack, and we use the left arm as a shield, always to protect. By striking with one sword while defending with the other, your brain can better focus on these distinct tasks. During training, it's important to alternate the roles of each sword, so we now practice using the left arm to attack and the right arm as a shield. Start with established sequences, allowing your defending hand to become the attacking hand and vice versa. With dual wielding, we can follow the same learning progression outlined in the framework we used before, and that you can use when teaching in the combat segment. First, you practice cuts with your dominant hand, and use the other hand for parries. Then, you switch it up and use your non-dominant hand to attack. After that, you can make things more challenging by adding different handling techniques, footwork, adding weight, and doing more repetitions. Let's dive into practicing dual wielding with alternate side cuts and parries. And just like before, we stick to the important concepts we discussed earlier, like keeping a safe distance and timing your movements. Timing is crucial here because you're both the attacker and the defender, so it's up to you both to maintain a steady rhythm with clear, easy-to-read movements. Range is another factor to consider. We always start with basic static stances, with limited range. But as we incorporate footwork, our range will expand accordingly. We also apply our knowledge of binding positions. When blocking incoming strikes, we intercept the opponent's blade with the fort position of our blade. In this exercise, we show you a good way to increase complexity as you get better. Try switching roles after every strike and parry. Attack with the right, parry, and then attack with the left, parry, and here we go again. With this kind of training, you truly become ambidextrous and easily switch between your dominant and non-dominant arms. With dedicated practice and perseverance, you'll develop the ability to wield your FITSWORD with equal proficiency in both arms, setting the stage for mastery in dual wielding. And now, let's return to practicing thrusts, but with two swords. We'll walk you through a couple of simplified exercises. Firstly, the attacker begins to familiarize themselves with wielding two swords during thrusts. One sword is used for attacking, while the other aids in maintaining balance. Meanwhile, the defender alternates the parries. During these exercises, the attacker consistently strikes with one hand, while the defender switches between right and left hands, employing the same parrying techniques learned previously. When the blow comes, the defender swiftly pushes and deflects the opponent's blade, taking also a small step to completely evade the attacker's line of entry. The attacker then repeats the exercise with the non-dominant hand, while the defender continues to alternate parries. And after this sequence, don't forget to switch roles to learn both the attack and defense moves. Now let's explore another variation. In this scenario, the defender continues to alternate parries, while the attacker executes alternating thrusts. While it may seem easy when observed, you will see that is very intense on the muscles. As you strive to breach your opponent's defense, they will forcefully oppose your sword, resulting in a clash of opposing forces. These exercises serve as just a few examples of dual wielding. You can further develop your skills by building upon these foundational moves using the framework discussed earlier. Alternating attack and defense arm, switching roles, adding complexities like footwork. You can also combine different moves to create smooth and effective sequences. Feel free to make up your own fighting sequences based on what you've learned on our video tutorials. This kind of training is not only great for physical fitness, but also for teamwork and socializing. You learn to train with a partner, adapting and synchronizing your movements to improve together. The emotional engagement in this type of activity is significant. It enhances your awareness, improves your perception, emotional control, and ability to make quick decisions followed by the right actions. Progressive training. Correct educational process for combat movements. 3 options to train combat techniques. Correct educational process for dexterity movements. The human body is incredibly adaptive. When you engage in a new exercise or activity, your body responds by becoming more efficient at performing that specific task. However, this efficiency can lead to a plateau in progress. Progressively increasing the difficulty of your training prevents your body from adapting too quickly, ensuring continuous improvement. And FITSWORD training is progressive in many aspects. Progressivity applies to the weight, difficulty, and complexity of movements. On sword-oriented exercises, you start with a single FITSWORD, doing basic exercises slowly to strengthen your shoulders, arms, wrists, and hands. As you get better, you can make things tougher by increasing intensity and speed while keeping movements precise. You can also add new exercises and use a more dynamic approach to improve coordination and work your core and legs. As you improve, you advance to using 2 FITSWORDs simultaneously. Continuously, you maintain a progressive training approach, gradually tackling more complex movements and sequences. To better illustrate the progressive nature of FITSWORD training, envision the control panel of a mixer console, where various buttons and switches are at your disposal to activate and continue increasing the progression. Let's take an example to understand this better. Consider the ability to engage in fitness exercises, dexterity exercises, combat techniques, combat drills. You have the flexibility to work individually, with a partner, or in a group. Additionally, you can opt for broad or limited movements, varying speeds from fast to extremely slow. Moreover, the complexity of movements can be adjusted. Start with simple exercises suitable for everyone, and gradually progress to more intricate ones that demand increased psychomotor involvement. Dexterity exercises, particularly, strongly engage our cognitive functions. You can even build sequences, ranging from straightforward to more complex exercises. The flexibility extends to the weight of the FITSWORD, allowing for a progressive approach. Train with 1 or 2 FITSWORD. Incorporate footwork, or maintain a stable stance. You can experiment with different training styles, treating FITSWORDs as dumbbells, club bells, gladius, Kali sticks. This exemplifies the progressivity and versatility that training with FITSWORDs provides, ensuring a continually stimulating experience for both the body and mind. In this slide, we will explain the correct teaching approach for tackling combat movements. Normally, we recommend starting individually by learning each technique one by one in order to learn with confidence and without risks. Begin with a single FITSWORD, alternating between right and left arm handling. Typically, after learning an attacking technique, it's good to directly learn its corresponding defense move. Start with simpler variations and gradually introduce more complex ones as the technique is understood. Add footwork to complicate things further, enhancing coordination, and make these techniques more plausible in a combat scenario. Once you can use the right and left arms equivalently, try using 2 FITSWORDs together and add complexity as you get better. After mastering the techniques individually for maximum safety and freedom, proceed to partner training. The process remains the same. Start with a FITSWORD, practicing techniques with the right arm and then the left. Roles will alternate, with one student attacking while the other defends, and then switching roles. This ensures that everyone learns all the techniques and roles, practicing them multiple times. As skills improve, gradually introduce more complex variations. Add footwork to enhance realism and make the training more interesting. Move on to using two FITSWORDs symmetrically, engaging in continuous role switching between attack and defense. We keep repeating these frameworks because we want you to naturally develop this progressive approach. Once you understand the logic, you won't need to rely on your memory. And now, it should feel natural for you to develop this framework for dual wielding. Begin by assigning distinct roles to each sword, one for offense and the other for defense, like using shield and sword, as previously mentioned. Next, it's crucial to alternate the roles of each sword, using your left arm for attacking and your right arm for defense. To further challenge yourself, incorporate various handling techniques, footwork adjustments, add weight gradually, and increase the number of repetitions. However, if the actions of the two players are asymmetrical, such as when one player exclusively attacks while the other solely defends, it becomes necessary to switch roles to master all techniques. There are three options for training combat techniques. The first is solo training, where you can learn all the techniques perfectly without interacting with a partner. We mention this because in a class, some people may enjoy the interaction, competition, and playful aspect of combat. However, others might prefer a fitness-focused class with new possibilities, but without necessarily exchanging blows. In any case, you can train all combat movements and techniques on your own. Another useful training method is with a punching bag or a boxing bag. This is beneficial because it allows you to feel the impact of strikes on your wrists and hands. It's a learning by doing and learning by feeling approach, helping you manage force without worrying about a partner. It's an interesting and important way to learn how to control the intensity of your strikes. You might find yourself using hanging boxing bags or those with a pedestal. Unless they are very heavy, hanging ones tend to swing, sometimes a lot. And you may find yourself in situations like this. It's certainly a training where it's more challenging to apply various techniques, but you end up in a definitely dynamic scenario. And you could even recreate stimulating and fun-playing situations. In pedestal boxing bags, on the other hand, it's much easier to apply techniques, and elements of dynamism can be recreated with runs around the boxing bags, especially if you have several available. Again, it's up to your coaching skill to find the right stimulus for your students. You can also train with a spar bar, if you have one. But the FITSWORD blade will probably destroy the foam of the spar bar, as our shockproof blade is much stronger than foam. The most exciting and interactive part of combat training usually involves partner drills. This is where you truly enter a combat scenario. Even though the strikes are slow, predictable, and intentional, you have to interact and adapt to your partner's movements. It's a highly interactive and unpredictable situation where you need to adjust to your partner's techniques and respond to a dynamic scenario. As we did for the combat techniques, now we will explain the correct teaching approach for tackling dexterity movements. Begin with a single FITSWORD, alternating between right and left arm handling. Start with simpler variations, and gradually introduce more complex ones as the technique is understood. Follow our tutorial videos to learn an easy and very progressive way to learn dexterity moves. You can follow that progression when teaching to your students. Once you can use the right and left arms equivalently, try using two FITSWORDs together to achieve and ensure perfect symmetry in movements. Try the trick we already told you about. It's highly beneficial to train with just one FITSWORD, regularly switching it between hands, and then move to two FITSWORD together. If you're wondering how often to incorporate new elements, exercises, or sequences, we believe that for a regular course, practiced once or twice a week, introducing a new sequence or workout routine once a month should be fine. This allows for the proper consolidation and learning of various exercises, ensuring people learn to move well before progressing to more complex or sequentially linked exercises. Of course, it largely depends on your group and their eagerness to try new things. Some may prefer the comfort of repeating familiar exercises, while others may be more adventurous. When looking at well-established fitness courses, like those associated with large groups such as Les Mills, they typically introduce an entirely new session each month. In our video tutorial collection, we propose you often some new elements, but we strongly believe that you should try new stuff, only when the old ones are consolidated. Remember that people is happy when they do something well, not when they are forced to try new stuff without the confidence of the basic ones. In the context of combat techniques, a complete session per month may seem a bit infrequent to us, but it truly depends on your judgment, sensitivity, and trainer experience to balance between consolidation and introducing new variations. You can comfortably introduce a new movement every 2 to 3 weeks, ensuring thorough consolidation and correct symmetrical execution before progressing. The same principle applies when considering the dexterity components. Anyway, remember, you are the instructor, and you have the right feeling with your students. You should be more than able to judge when to move forward and when to keep on training the same routines. Introduction to Kali moves. When it comes to dual wielding and martial arts, Kali, the Filipino martial art, stands out. Incorporating Kali techniques with FITSWORD blends martial arts principles with the unique benefits of heavy-weighted swords, refining combat skills and boosting overall physical fitness. Kali techniques develop ambidexterity by wielding weapons with both hands skillfully for a very symmetric training. The attack frequency is really high and coming from different directions with very hard-to-block blows. Those are very fun and addictive techniques to train with the FITSWORD in your hands. Few seconds of sparring will exhaust your arms and breathe. Don't forget that. You can learn the techniques also on your own, as shown on our video tutorials, and you can apply the techniques on a punching bag or with a partner. So, grab your FITSWORD and dive into a workout that's challenging, dynamic, and engaging. In Kali Filipino, practitioners typically start in a neutral position called ready stance, or guard position. From this starting position, practitioners can quickly respond to attacks or initiate their own techniques. We start with a very simple exercise where we hit an imaginary target in front of us by extending our arms. We begin with slow and controlled movements. Remember, Kali is a martial art, so it involves specific attitudes and techniques. We adapt them to practice with the weight of the FITSWORDs, which are different from the lightweight sticks used in Kali. In this position, we have a balanced stance with knees slightly bent, hands up in a defensive position, and the body positioned to move efficiently in any direction. After practicing this technique alone, we can do it with a partner, always keeping the safety distances in mind. We won't fully extend our arms and will use the bounce of the blades when they meet. We aim to cross the swords near the fort position. Start slowly and practice at low speeds to ensure maximum control and precision in technique. The FITSWORD always come back to the starting position. Now, we'll move to a circular cut. Starting from the ready position, we'll use alternating arms to make a circular motion, following the sword's momentum but keeping it controlled. After completing this semicircular movement, we bring the swords back over the shoulders to the starting point, allowing us to practice the move continuously. When practicing with a partner, we'll begin very slowly because the goal is to intersect the opponent's swords, both when initiating the circular movement and when they cross again in the lower part of the circular motion. Start slowly, maintain a safe distance, gradually close in, and adjust the strikes to hit your opponent's sword. In both strikes, the swords cross around the foible position to allow smooth movement without blocking the action. Don't be scared for your fingers, as FITSWORD blades are anti-shock, so they're safer compared to sticks, which can cause injuries even with light hits. Now, let's repeat the exercise we just did, but make it more natural and challenging. When we strike low, we'll bend our knees to accompany the body's movement. And don't forget about the style you're moving in. Our goal is to embody a muscular, controlled, and martial style, rather than a soft and shapeless one. This aligns perfectly with the combat-focused nature of our training. And remember, you can adapt nearly all exercises using a boxing bag. Even if you have a hanging bag like the one shown in this video, where the height might be too high for downward strikes, it's still a valuable tool for practicing and applying the techniques. This time, we'll add a variation to the circular cut. When we arrive at the bottom part of the circular cut, we stop below the motion and cut back to the top for an imaginary third strike. This is how you train before applying the technique with a partner. And now we apply this new variation of the circular cut with a partner. We are going to do a triple strike. As you can see, on the high strike, the blades slide. Then on the low strike, they get blocked. And we strike high again. Technically, on the first strike, we bind the foible part of the blade. On the second strike, we bind over the crossguard on the forte position. And then we bind the swords on top again in the forte position to stop the motion of the FITSWORD, so we can start again the action with the other arm. In this exercise, we'll combine the moves we've practiced so far. We'll combine single, double, and triple strikes, repeating every move twice. We'll start with the single high strikes, then we add the circular cut, letting the blades slide and hitting twice. Then we'll do the last variation, the triple strike, and repeat from the beginning. As you get better and increase speed, don't sacrifice form for speed. Only speed up once you've mastered the correct form through deliberate, slow practice. In this exercise, we will try a new starting position, because we will have a different series of strikes. The first one with the left arm, from bottom to top, over the right shoulder, and the second one with the right arm, from top to bottom, under the left armpit. Therefore, we will alternate the arms that strike, respectively from bottom to top and then from top to bottom. The starting position of the left arm, with the blade under the armpit, is called chamber. When we talk about chamber in Sinawali, it means that the practitioner prepares the stick in a position ready to execute an attack or a defense. It facilitates a smooth transition between techniques, allowing the practitioner to adapt quickly to the dynamics of combat. When performing cross strikes, always remember what we already explained about the cut direction. The FITSWORD blade, similar to Kali sticks, has no edges. However, keep in mind that the direction of the cut is determined by the knuckles of your hand. The blade's direction follows an imaginary line drawn by the direction of your knuckles. Hitting and binding with the edge offers benefits such as learning proper sword-like movements, generating more power due to the biomechanics of the wrist, arm, and shoulder. Now we will do the exercise with a partner, facing each other, mirroring each other, and each one will start with the left arm in chamber position to strike from bottom to top over the right shoulder. So, the blades bind in foible position to deflect without blocking the blades, and then the strike with the right arm from top to bottom to reach the chamber position on the other side. The blades are binding always in the foible position for a continuous exchange of cuts. Now let's go back to up and down, an exercise we did at the beginning of the course to feel the effect of the strikes in an exchange. Now, however, we apply it with all the knowledge accumulated in these lessons. We start with 2 strikes upward and 2 strikes downward. Begin by striking upward with the right arm, then the left, and follow with strikes downward. The movements are controlled. After this practice, instead of starting with the right arm, begin with the left to practice a different motor pattern. So, start with the left arm up, followed by the right, then a downward strike with the left, and again a downward strike with the right. It's the same exercise, but the motor pattern changes. And now, let's try the more complex sequence. Start with the right arm to strike high, then hit low on the opposite side with the left arm. Now, the exercise pattern begins, consisting of a high strike with the right, then a high strike with the left, followed by a low strike with the right, and the sequence repeats. High strike with the left arm, then with the right, and low with the left. High with the right, high with the left, and low with the right, and so on. This seemingly complex exercise, it's actually quite simple. It's just like the exercises you've already learned. We start with a single strike, where the sword of the right arm, starting from above the shoulder, makes a strike and returns to the starting position. Now, we'll do the cross strike. We begin with the left arm in a chamber position, making a diagonal upward cut to position above the left shoulder, while the right arm strikes downward and returns to the chamber position. Now, we repeat the sequence, with the left arm performing a single strike and returning to the initial position above the left shoulder. Let's start again with the cross strike. It's definitely much simpler to do than to explain. And now let's apply the same exercise with a partner. The two challengers will stand facing each other, mirroring each other's movements. Both will start with the right arm, making a single strike. The blades will cross in the fort position before returning to the starting position above the shoulder. Then we go with the cross strike. The left arm in chamber will make a diagonal upward cut, reaching the left shoulder, and the right arm striking downward and going into chamber position. In the cross strike, both blades cross in the foible position so that they slide against each other without blocking, allowing the action to continue uninterrupted. Now, let's do another variation of this exercise. We'll perform a side cut, forehand and backhand, with the right arm, which then returns to the position above the right shoulder. After that, we'll do the cross strike, which you should already be familiar with. Clearly, the side cut starting from above the shoulder relies solely on strength. However, we'll still try to do it with maximum amplitude. But it's an exercise entirely based on strength that doesn't take advantage of the FITSWORD's inertia. same rules apply when doing the exercise with a partner. The two challengers stand facing each other, mirroring each other's movements. Both start with the right arm doing these side cuts, where the blades slide against each other as they meet and cross in the foible position. They return to the starting point, and then we begin with the cross strike, which starts with the left arm from the chamber position. This sequence may seem more complex than it actually is. In reality, you should be able to follow it from the first try. It's simply about performing a circular cut, also known as redondo in Filipino Kali. We'll strike the opponent's blade twice, both high and low, always allowing the blades to slide before executing the cross strike. As you can see, these are all moves you've already learned. And now you can apply this technique with a partner, always mirroring each other. Start together with the right arm circular cut. Strike and sweep the blades twice without blocking the motion. The right FITSWORD reach back the starting position, above the shoulder, and then make a cross strike, starting with the left arm. The rest is all the same, and then start again with a left arm circular cut. One of the coolest things about Filipino Kali is its ability to strike and defend at the same time, and to create smooth combinations. All those techniques focus on both attacking and defending together. This means you can keep the pressure on your opponent while also protecting yourself from their attacks. To get really good at these techniques, you need good coordination, timing, and the ability to switch quickly between attacking and defending. With practice, you'll be able to switch back and forth seamlessly. From the examples given, what we hope is that you'll introduce Kali exercises into your combat segment. They'll definitely be a fun and intense addition to your lessons. You can learn and get inspired by our many video tutorials. And if you understand the logic behind these examples, you can create new combinations and sequences yourself. They'll surely be a fun and enjoyable part of your combat segment. Plus, you can have students practice on their own, interact in pairs, and let them release energy by using more intense movements with a punching bag. These are just some of the key benefits of applying Kali techniques with the FITSWORDs. You will improve coordination, strength, and endurance, performing fast and long sequences of cuts with FITSWORDs. You will improve ambidexterity and symmetry, training against strikes from multiple angles simultaneously. Also, your sparring will get better, developing fast response in sequences where you attack and defend at the same time. FITSWORD values and strengths. Unconventional training for other sports. Now that you had the chance to experiment with some of the FITSWORD training scenarios, we can try to define values and strengths of FITSWORD training. No entry barriers. Absolutely anyone can pick up the FITSWORD with ease, even if they've never held a sword before or never imagined doing so. It taps into the fundamental aspects of our human nature, making it a truly instinctive experience for everyone. Fast learning curve. The learning method is not only effective but also easy and enjoyable, ensuring rapid progress. It incorporates action, a purposeful training. It is fun and engaging. Time flies by as you focus on the action, while learning something new and interesting. It is functional. It engages the entire body. It will change how you move, enhancing your senses and improving your overall body condition. It offers a long-lasting experience, with endless training options. Whether you prefer solo workouts or group activities, the diverse training styles guarantee a lasting experience. And we can confidently assert that it is a versatile training tool that finds application in fitness, sports conditioning, dexterity training, combat sports, and martial arts. But there is more. FITSWORD training fosters emotional engagement and social interaction. Participants connect with the activity, enhancing the overall experience through shared moments and teamwork. The training instills qualities like perseverance and discipline, boosting self-esteem and confidence. Participants build mental resilience while achieving fitness goals. Everyone desires to feel like a modern warrior, and FITSWORD training provides that empowering sensation, blending traditional and innovative elements. FITSWORD training serves as an effective anti-stress activity. The immersive experience and physical exertion contribute to stress relief and mental well-being. The program combines tradition and innovation, offering a unique blend of time-honored practices with modern training techniques and equipment. It's an absolute world novelty with no competitors. FITSWORD training stands out as a one-of-a-kind fitness experience, ensuring exclusivity and innovation. FITSWORD training proves to be an unconventional and beneficial supplement for individuals involved in other sports, enhancing overall physical conditioning. The program is absolutely transversal, meaning it spans various domains and caters to a diverse audience, making it accessible and adaptable to different fitness levels and preferences. Now you should be aware of how versatile are the FITSWORDs, and many are the benefits on other sports, as it enhances strength, endurance, coordination, and balance, while improving joint mobility and stability. Some sport enhancements with FITSWORD are very specific and evident. In combat sports and martial arts, it boosts wrist strength, stability, striking power, and endurance. Develop a solid and flexible shoulder for wrestling and strong arms and core for holds. In climbing, mountain bike, motocross, water sports, it improves hand grip, wrist, and forearm strength for better control. Strengthen shoulders and core for fatigue resistance during rides. In swimming and surfing, it conditions areas crucial for swimming actions, enhancing flexibility, reducing injury risks, and building stamina and explosive power for catching waves. In racket sports, baseball, golf, hockey, it helps to improve swing movements, enhancing control, power, and speed for rackets, bats, and clubs. Develop grip strength, wrist snap, and prevent shoulder and arm injuries. In fencing and sword sports, you apply techniques with a heavier tool to enhance striking power, control, and precision. Strengthen relevant muscles and improve stamina for prolonged matches. In ball and throwing sports, it conditions arms, shoulders, and core simultaneously for striking and circular moves. Achieve coordination, strength, and flexibility for consistent and accurate shots. It corrects imbalances in asymmetric sports, reducing the risk of injuries caused by one-sided actions. Combat, fitness moves, training. Cool down. The idea behind this chapter is to provide exercises that are playful, to do in pairs, but focused on physical fitness. These exercises include deep squats, lunges, runs, and abs workouts. They add variety to your routine and are enjoyable to do. When done correctly, you'll find it difficult to strike with force because your muscles are busy with compound movements. Actually, you can also use them to discipline those who strike too hard. These exercises challenge you to dose your force and energy as they engage mainly your legs and core. They're also suitable for people who are less interested in combat techniques but enjoy a satisfying training session with lots of squats, lunges, and core workouts, where crossing swords is more about playing and having fun with other people. Let's start with some lateral lunges, going nice and deep and incorporating a circular cut. The swords cross at the end of the circular motion, at the blade's foible, allowing them to slide smoothly without stopping their movement. We have another exercise inspired by Philippine Kali. We do some cross strikes, but we perform them while doing deep sumo squats with a rotation. As we rise from the squat, we rotate 180 degrees, so every time we turn, we bind the blades. Another great exercise in this series involves synchronized squats with sword swings. As we stand up, we take alternate steps to the left and to the right, crossing the swords in the forte position to interrupt their motion. Then we resume our squat with arm swings. The next exercise is still lunges, but with a small variation to deepen the movement even more. We aim to strike the floor with the tip of the FITSWORD. This forces us to go lower, and as we rise, we perform alternating single strikes. Here, the focus is about maintaining a good rhythm, moving quickly, and performing many deep lunges. This exercise is like a mix of combat and playing drums. We start by squatting, legs bent and spread apart for stability. We begin with single strikes, alternating with strikes to the ground, at our sides, using the tip of the FITSWORD. It's like playing a big drum. When we lift the swords, we bind the blades with our opponent in the forte position, to react quickly and strike to the ground. Now, to make it more interesting, we add synchronized squats with single strikes. We stand up, exchange strikes with the opponent, then we go down striking the floor, before rising and striking again. Next, let's try the mini runs. We start with a small side sprint in front of our opponent, who sprints with us, then stop to quickly exchange single strikes before sprinting in the opposite direction. You'll immediately increase the intensity of the workout. Another variation is to lengthen the run. You decide how long to make it, probably based on your gym size. It'll be lots of fun. You can even have races with different teams running together. You can have a speed race, like who finishes 5 or 10 laps first, or endurance races. Moving on to abs, we can do them alone, using the weight of the FITSWORD to make the exercise more challenging. We can keep the rhythm by striking the floor from side to side. You'll feel not just your core working. Now, let's make abs even more fun by training in pairs. One person does the abs and parries the incoming overcuts. The attacker can do some footwork while alternating overcuts. You can try different types of strikes. It's up to you to experiment. The timing is set by the person striking, so the person on the ground must do abs with the right timing to defend against the strikes. Finally, another small variation in combat style for a good core workout. It involves a vertical cut, followed by another vertical cut and vertical parry. The person on the ground must react with their own counter moves, a parry followed by another parry and a vertical strike. The important thing is to switch also the hands with the non-dominant arm that does the cuts, and to switch roles, so both partners have a good core workout. We have covered every aspect of a FITSWORD lesson, so let's not forget about cooling down, focusing on helping our bodies recover. But before we start the cool down segment, make sure the FITSWORDs are put away properly. This will save your time and energy. If there's a special place or storage for them, ask the class to help arranging the FITSWORD back in their place. It's also a good idea to have the students clean the sword handles. It only takes a minute of their time, but it saves a lot of time to you. Everybody loves a clean sword before training. The cool-down phase in a training session is a crucial part of the workout that allows the body to gradually return to its resting state after intense physical activity. Its main goals are to aid in recovery, prevent injury, and promote relaxation. Here's an example of a good cool-down routine. Begin with 5 minutes of light cardiovascular exercise, such as brisk walking, to gradually lower the heart rate and promote blood circulation. Then perform a series of static stretches targeting major muscle groups used during the workout. Hold each stretch for 15 to 30 seconds without bouncing, focusing on gentle and gradual stretching to improve flexibility and reduce muscle tension. Incorporate deep breathing while stretching to promote relaxation and reduce stress. Focus on releasing tension with each breath. Drink plenty of water to rehydrate the body and replenish lost fluids during exercise. By incorporating these elements into your cool-down routine, you can promote recovery, reduce muscle soreness, and prepare your body and mind for future training sessions. Box bag training. Combat sequences construction. Free combat. We're nearing the end of our journey to becoming FITSWORD instructors. By now, you have the knowledge to lead a FITSWORD class. But we'd like to offer some additional features that can elevate your lessons to the next level. These extra features are going to give your lessons that special touch, making them truly extraordinary. We encourage you to experiment with these new elements, to play, and to have fun incorporating them into your classes. Keep up with us in this chapter and the next. Training with a sword using a boxing bag or a spar bar can be a valuable addition to your training regimen, offering various benefits in terms of technique, strength, and conditioning. Here's an overview of how training with these tools can be beneficial. You should start mastering basic sword strikes against the boxing bag. Focus on developing proper form, technique, and control. Begin with low-intensity sessions to familiarize with striking against the bag. Gradually increase the intensity by incorporating faster strikes, combinations, and movements. Incorporate footwork drills while striking the bag to enhance agility, balance, and coordination. Progress to executing combination strikes, alternating between different types of strikes. Focus on fluid transitions between movements and maintaining a steady rhythm. The hanging box bags, unless they are very heavy, they tend to swing, and you can use them for agility drills, as the gladiators did for training. So you can create simulated combat scenarios using the boxing bag. You could even recreate stimulating and fun playing situations, moving around the bag, changing angles and distances, to simulate evasive maneuvers and position changes like in a real combat. Also, training with a spar bar is really interesting. Start practice striking techniques with the FITSWORD against the spar bar to improve timing, accuracy, and endurance. Use the spar bar as a training partner for partner drills, sparring, and interactive training exercises. This allows for realistic and dynamic training scenarios, but be careful. The spar bar hits back. Overall, training with a boxing bag or a spar bar provides you with valuable opportunities to develop strength and endurance, and enhance overall combat skills in a safe and controlled environment. If you will dedicate some time to improve your sword skills with box bag training, apply the framework we have studied before. On Chapter 16, use it for you, to learn and to teach to your students. As soon as you learn 2 or 3 basic combat moves, you can start linking them into seamless sequences. By stringing together the basic moves, you'll reinforce your understanding of each technique and learn to transition between them. Improving your combat skills and coordination, as well as strength and endurance, can be achieved by repeating long sequences of cuts and thrusts. Your training, even with limited knowledge of a few moves, will always remain fresh and entertaining. Therefore, as soon as you know a few moves, begin linking them. The method to master the sequences is the same as you learn to master single moves, following the same framework. You can start by linking moves, such as cuts and parries, using just one FITSWORD, then alternating hands and rolls, and gradually adding complexity, like footwork. Don't forget about form and technique. More complexity doesn't mean playing sloppily. Take care of your style, form, technique, stance, and footwork. Timing is crucial to ensure that strikes, blocks, and other actions are executed in harmony. When you feel ready, create combat sequences for dual wielding, with an uninterrupted flow of cuts, thrusts, and parries. Flow smoothly from one move to the next, maintaining a sense of continuity and fluidity. You can also build sequences with Kali moves, applying the same framework to master every aspect of the combat sequence. As already explained, this is not a combat course, but it's important that you know how to manage this scenario if you want to introduce it in your class. When we refer to free combat, we mean engaging in a free flow of movements, where sequences are not predetermined. This can be conducted at various levels of intensity and complexity. We always clarify the level of engagement, be it more or less intense, etc. It is advisable to use essential protective gear, helmet, groin protection, and, if necessary, a mouthguard should suffice. This training is dedicated to slightly more advanced students or individuals with a background in combat sports, accustomed to a tough and intense confrontation. But you can start to introduce some minutes of free combat on a softer level after few lessons, as soon as people manage to do attacks and defense moves. You don't need to know all moves. This remains within the fitness domain. The goal is not to touch or strike the opponent, but simply to respond appropriately to their attacks, exchange for exchange, in a free-flowing manner. Movements must be slow, wide, predictable, and with safety distances maintained. You just don't know what is coming, and you don't know the timing. You can even start with one move, establishing the roles. One guy only attacks and the other always parries. And you play with the timing and the random direction of the attacks. Then you can play with free rolls, both attack and parry, with random attack direction and random timing. As you get better, you can increase the rhythm, but it's a safe play and must stay that way. As soon as you know a couple of moves, like vertical cut and side cut, and the corresponding parries, you can get out of the comfort zone of predetermined combat sequences and start to play. Same rules. Slow, wide, predictable movements with safety distance. The objective is to intercept the strikes with the corresponding parry, and so on. The complexity can grow and grow. With this kind of unpredictability, the emotional involvement is great. The result is enhanced awareness, calmness in the face of danger, perception, emotional control, and the ability to make rapid decisions followed by proper action, even in situations that would overwhelm most people. Your body must react as a whole, improving agility, reflexes, coordination, muscular responsiveness, that you find rarely in other kind of fitness activities. The key is for everyone to be aware of the risks, avoid aggressive strikes, and always consider the abilities of your training partner. If your partner is more delicate or less strong, you modify your approach accordingly. Avoid using forceful attacks that might intimidate them. The goal is for everyone to enjoy the training and leave with memories of a pleasant and enjoyable experience, not with discomfort in their wrists. Free combat on harder level. This pertains to a combat scenario, which we won't delve into in this course. The objective here is to touch or strike the opponent, but we don't strike with violence. It's more like a game in which reflexes, technique, and endurance are put to the test. You can even incorporate a point system for more challenge. You must wear protective gear, but for safety, not because you want to hurt your opponent. While it is highly enjoyable, engaging, and intense, it conceptually differs from the approach we followed today. In any case, be aware that practicing the free fight in any form, you will be exposed at an increasing level of risk and injury. The free fight is the only way to really learn to fight, and it is an important part of the training, but is meant only for those people that want to feel the stress coming from the risk and from the mental and physical pressure. When training with a partner in light combat or free fighting, our primary focus is on learning, improving, having fun, and engaging in a sportive spirit. Respect, fair play, self-control, persistence, discipline, and ethics form the foundation of any sport, especially those involving personal confrontation. To ensure a safe and enjoyable training experience, it's crucial to minimize the risk of injuries. Here's how. Establish clear objectives. Before starting, discuss and agree with your partner on the nature and intensity of the training session. Decide the objectives and intensity level for your session in advance. Maintain control during practice, even in free fighting. Avoid attacking with full force to ensure you can stop a strike if your partner may be at risk of injury. Know your limits. Understand your own and your partner's limits. Never underestimate anyone's experience or the potential risks. Avoid playful behavior that may compromise safety. Use protective gear. It's strongly recommended to wear protective gear for added safety during training sessions. Strength and resistance challenges. FITSWORD functional circuits. Group activities and games. The game factor fills the last gap that makes FITSWORD training unique. In sports, games and challenges are closely related concepts, with challenges enhancing the game experience, and games providing a playful time for team building and socialization, while training and having fun. This kind of training will help bonding the people and building mutual respect and confidence. An endurance challenge when training with the FITSWORD could involve performing a series of continuous sword-based exercises, where pairs of students in your class go head-to-head in a battle of stamina. As a challenge, we'll make as much repetitions as possible to see who has more endurance, who doesn't give up. However, It's essential to prioritize proper form and technique to prevent injury and maximize the benefits of the workout. You have to select exercises that are simple but intense, as the exercises shown, where you won't last long, otherwise the challenge will take too much time inside of your FITSWORD lesson. First, you organize the participants in pair to form competing duos. For fair play, every duos should be composed of people with similar physique and endurance in order to make every round as fair as possible. If you have boys and girls, you can make a boys' challenge and a girls' challenge. Each pair will face off against one another in a series of endurance challenges to see who can endure the exercise for the longest period. The first person to stop or take a break loses the round. The winner of each round continues to the next challenge, while the loser is eliminated from the competition. The winners of each round form new pairs with other winners, creating fresh matchups for the next challenge. This process continues until only 2 participants remain for the final showdown. The last 2 participants face off in a final endurance challenge to determine the ultimate winner of the FITSWORD Endurance Duel Challenge. Success is determined solely by the ability to outlast your opponent in each round. You can also organize FITSWORD circuit training to add variety to your class routines, to involve the participants with a series of FITSWORD and functional exercises, to boost muscular and cardiovascular fitness and enjoyment of sports participation. As FITSWORD instructors, you may create specific challenges or drills during practice sessions to help athletes develop key skills or address areas of improvement. Here, an example of gladiator circuit. Participants engage in a series of challenging exercises, alternating between strength, cardio, and combat movements. With 2 people work simultaneously at each station, participants move through the circuit with minimal rest. Each station consists of a specific exercise performed for 30 to 40 seconds, followed by a 10-second rest period. That is the time needed to move from a station to the next. Here are some ideas for the station setup. You could start with a rat race around the perimeter of the room while holding FITSWORDs as a load, engaging the core and lower body. Then move to the combat movement station, where participants engage in diagonal cuts or other moves to train arms and shoulders. Next, participants perform lunges, targeting the legs, glutes, and core muscles. Another station might be combat-inspired abdominal exercises, such as side shots to the ground, to strengthen the core and improve combat readiness, or exercises in pairs. In this case, you will switch roles after the first lap. You could add sprints with a Bulgarian bag if you have it in your gym. If you are in a boot camp, you could lift wood logs. And then, you could end the first lap with punching bag training for some high-intensity sword strikes. After completing 1 round of the circuit, you can repeat it multiple times. Group activities and games. Throughout this course, we've mostly trained individually or with a partner. Even when we trained in groups, it was anyway a bunch of individuals or pairs within the group. That is anyway a much higher degree of interaction compared to the majority of the fitness disciplines around. However, with FITSWORD, you can organize group games involving many people all together. These group activities are ideal for team building and socializing, adding fun and camaraderie to training sessions, making them engaging and dynamic. They can be adapted and modified based on the skill level, age, and preferences of the participants, making them suitable for various training settings and objectives. So, as you can imagine, there are various ways to organize people in a group, and many group games that can be played. For example, you can arrange groups of 3 people in a line or in a circle. Let's start with 3 people in a line. The person in the middle will alternate attacks, while the ones on the sides will alternate blocks, and then they'll switch roles, so everyone gets a chance to play each role. Another variation is where the person in the middle does the parries, while the others, on the outside, do the attacks. This creates a dynamic game where the person in the middle is constantly under attack and respawn with good timing. You can also try Kaylee movements. These are just examples, and you can experiment in any way you like. The important thing is that the game works, and safety distances are maintained. These are simple but dynamic games that add variety to the lesson. You can add these elements as bonuses to your training session. You don't have to base a whole lesson on these things. They're just small additions. As anticipated, you can also arrange people in a circle. With just 3 to 4 people, the exercise is super dynamic. But this game works well with any number of people. It's very simple, so it can work with 3 people or 100. One person starts to strike, then the next person continues, and so on. Depending on how many people you have, you can launch more strikes, and you will have like incoming waves of attacks. If the previous exercises could be done with any number of people, the following exercise requires an even number of participants. Now you'll see it performed by 4 people. We'll perform an attack and defense with the person on our left. Then we'll rotate our torso to do the same attack and defense with the person on our right, so the pairs continuously switch. Once you grasp the principle, you can do any type of attack and defense. The mechanism remains the same, and works only in groups with an even number of people. We can exercise with a different arrangement within the group, so we have single rows games, in which marching forward, you faces the opponents and confronts them all. The beauty of this exercise is that partners continuously change, making the game fast and dynamic. The mechanism is simple and always the same, but it's clear that with 3 people, there are fewer chances of error, while with more people, it's easier to make mistakes. You can do it with 1 sword, 2 swords, or any kind of exchange. You can do the exercise walking, gradually adding more dynamic footwork. These are just some ideas on which you can work and create your own group games. FITSWORD versatility allows to train anywhere, so you can train indoor, at home, or at the gym. But you can also combine nature and physical activity. Exercising in a natural environment, under the sun, produces higher levels of positive emotions, with less tension and stress, which encourages to exercise longer. Training in the outdoors, it's also a terrific way to improve your proprioception, that is, your sense of balance and where your body is in space. The adjustments your body must make on changing terrain engage core and skeletal muscles that aren't as active when the floor doesn't vary. Thanks to all those features, FITSWORD training is also perfect for boot camps and outdoor activities, to promote camaraderie and friendship, and to work out in beautiful places. Before we dive into the final 2 chapters of this course, we'd like to share a video that has been a huge inspiration for us. Watching Spartacus training gave us the idea for the FITSWORDs concept, as we often saw training sequences in the show that we found incredibly fascinating. Of course, Spartacus is a work of fiction, and we wonder what the real training of gladiators was like. However, we like to imagine it was similar to how it was portrayed in the show. We're sure you'll enjoy the video, find it stimulating, and rediscover the many inspirations you've found in this course.
Form 3. Stand.
Training methods. Benefits of training with FITSWORDs. In this course, the knowledge of the main training methods are taken for granted. So we leave to you the decision about the training method in terms of reps and sets to use during your lessons. For sure, in the fitness section, we find useful the use of interval training techniques, alternating between medium intensity and high intensity work with active recovery periods. That's a highly flexible training approach that can be structured in numerous different ways. The variables that can be changed include duration and intensity of exercise, duration of rest, number of sets. For those less trained, high-intensity periods will be shorter and recovery periods longer. If things become easy for you, increase the intensity and difficulty of the exercise a bit. Alternate muscle groups to minimize downtime. In the controlled combat and dexterity section of the lesson, the focus is on technique. It's integral to our approach that while we train the technique, we're also doing reps, following classical methods based on sets and repetitions. Sometimes we might even work to exhaustion. With FITSWORD Total Body Workout, we present a training approach that cultivates agile, dynamic, toned, and stretched muscles, promoting overall harmony. This program brings about enhancements in physical conditioning, both muscular and metabolic. It leads to caloric expenditure during and after exercise, contributing to improvements in body composition, like reduction of fat. This training regimen targets and challenges strength, stamina, coordination, balance, agility, speed, technique, style, precision, and control. Moreover, it fosters personal improvements in mental conditioning. Participants witness progress in perseverance, concentration, fair play, discipline, self-awareness, and self-esteem. The ultimate goal is to attain superior and effective movement capacity, wherein increased tonicity and mass are correlated with enhanced functionality. Now that you've explored different training scenarios and delved into the various features of FITSWORD, let's pinpoint some key aspects that capture the essence of FITSWORD training. It is complete. It trains the whole body and enhances all fitness aspects. It is intense. The dynamic use of additional load intensifies the workout experience. It is diverse, offering a variety of scenarios, exercises, techniques, and more for a long-lasting experience. It is original, unique, without competitors, and following an unconventional yet natural approach. It is engaging. Participants actively interact with training partners, fostering a strong sense of involvement. It is meaningful. It combines fitness training with the acquisition of fighting and defense skills, making the workout purposeful. In summary, FITSWORD training is not just a fitness routine, it's a distinctive and character-filled experience. Type of customers and potential targets. Activate a class. Let's revisit the slide where we discussed the potential application fields of FITSWORD. We're talking about reaching a wide audience here. FITSWORD Total Body Workout offers a fresh way to train. It's perfect for those looking for intensity, variety, motivation, and a deeper workout experience. It's more than just exercise. It's a lasting journey. Highly adaptable to different client preferences, whether they prefer a gentle or more intense approach. It's inclusive, with no barriers to entry, suitable for both personal training and group classes. For people already involved in combat sports or martial arts, FITSWORD provides a unique training method, offering a fresh perspective with new and diverse challenges. However, we need to address a potential issue with this audience. With FITSWORD, you may encounter individuals who are purists of martial arts or combat sports. They might criticize or feel threatened by this new approach. It's essential to calmly explain that our training complement rather than undermine their practices. FITSWORDs are not intended to replace their existing methods or equipment. FITSWORD allows people who wouldn't typically engage in combat sports to experience it safely. And for those already involved in this kind of sports, FITSWORD can enhance conditioning and provide intense training with limited risk. In essence, it's not a matter of choosing between traditional methods and FITSWORD. We're offering something new that can integrate their training. And we've often resolved this kind of discussion by allowing martial arts purists to try FITSWORD training firsthand, to feel the ultra-realistic combat feeling in a safer manner than with metal swords or combat sticks. They can also benefit from the physical conditioning that traditional tools may not provide. In summary, FITSWORD offers a unique and safe way to experience combat training, bridging the gap between traditional methods and modern fitness approaches. Now that we're reaching the end, we'd like to offer some advice on setting up a class. Your choice should consider factors like your clientele, space availability, and class size. For smaller classes, let's say 4-8 people, you can opt for any type of FITSWORD. However, we recommend FITSWORD Modular or Modular Pro. These swords offer versatility, allowing you to cater to different strengths by adjusting weights from 1.5 kilos to 4. While the Modular Pro's weight is suitable for very strong individuals, most participants can manage well with the weights range of the Modular. For medium-sized classes, around 8-15 people, FITSWORD Black and White are a good choice. You can adjust the ratio based on your clientele. More white swords for a female-dominated class, and more black swords for a male-dominated one. This ensures simplicity and practicality in managing a large, demanding group. If you need extra flexibility, you can include some Modular or Modular Pro. These are useful for stronger participants but are not necessary for most. For larger classes, 15 people or more, stick with FITSWORD Black and White. Keep in mind the considerations we made for medium-sized classes. Adjust the ratio of the FITSWORDs you need based on the composition and type of clientele. And with that, I would say you have all the information you need to become a FITSWORD instructor and activate your first class. We'll leave you with one final chapter, which is the conclusion. In it, we'll summarize what was discussed in Chapter 0 to let you know what we expect from you to become a certified FITSWORD instructor. How to get the certification as FITSWORD instructor. Exam for the theoretical part. Exam for the practical part. If you've reached this final chapter, it means you're truly motivated to become FITSWORD instructors and get your certification. What do we expect from you? As mentioned in Chapter 0, you'll need to pass a multiple-choice test covering the theoretical aspect. You'll need to demonstrate your practical skills through video submissions. Let's look at these in detail. To pass the theoretical part, you'll need to answer at least 80% of the multiple-choice questions correctly. When you feel ready, we'll send you a PDF document with about 20 questions for you to answer. And to mark your answer, simply cross it out. Once you've completed the test, send it back to us via email, and we'll evaluate whether you've passed the theoretical part. It's important to note that simply passing 80% of the questions isn't enough if any of the unanswered questions are crucial, especially those concerning safety. If you don't pass the test, we'll provide feedback and give you another chance to try again. However, our advice is not to just try. Take the test when you're truly prepared, meaning you've understood the theory and feel capable of explaining the most important concepts to your students, and we refer to those with the icon of the knowledge pill. To pass the practical part, you'll need to demonstrate your skills. When you feel ready, prepare and send us some videos showcasing your level in various training scenarios. We ask for 5 videos, each around 2 minutes long, covering fitness and functional exercises that you should have learned from all those video tutorials, and prepare a small sequence using the limited exercises sequences approach, explained on Chapter 10.4, dexterity and freestyle movements, and combat techniques focusing on gladiator and Kali style. The quality of the videos or location doesn't matter. We're only interested in the quality of your technique and style, both solo and with a partner. Show us that you master all training scenarios. Once you've prepared the videos, send them to us via WeTransfer or similar services, and we'll assess whether you've passed the practical part. We'll pay close attention to the safety measures. Failure to observe safety distances or using excessive force will result in failing the practical part, even if your technique and style are good. If you don't pass the practical part, we'll provide feedback and give you another chance to try again. However, our advice isn't to just try. Film the videos and send them when you're truly prepared, meaning you've mastered the practice and can teach to your students with the required mastery. Here's a summary of the numerous resources available for your training. You can train by utilizing all the video material found in these video chapters. Additionally, You can follow the training plan and access the many training video tutorials available to you as a FITSWORD owner. Don't worry, you don't have to memorize everything, but you should have a good understanding of various movements and be able to use the available materials according to your needs. If you pass both the theoretical and practical parts, we'll officially certify you as FITSWORD instructors, meaning you're certified in the FITSWORD Total Body Workout discipline. As a FITSWORD instructor, you'll be listed on our website with your credentials. You could use our official logos, receive discounts on FITSWORD purchases based on quantity. And we must congratulate you on completing this challenging instructor course. We are grateful for your attention and time, and as we mentioned at the beginning, we hope this course exceeded your expectations. We truly did our best to share all our knowledge and care for the FITSWORDs with you. We wish you the best of luck in your preparation and for the instructor exam.